Hey there, REM-PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with writer Destin J. Munden about his recent Kickstarter, his works, and his love of gaming. Now, you can win a free Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF tonight by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch coming up. Oh, no, today is actually, I'm in the wrong day. Today is actually our one shot of fifth season by Green Ronin. And this is a one shot that is based off of the Broken Earth trilogy by N.K. Jemisin. So you're not going to want to miss that. Now, every 100 bits that you get gets a bonus entry to win that giveaway, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. So check it out. In Rev Alternis news, Exit Vector is the aerial combat minis game coming to Kickstarter. Give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on with Exit Vector and follow the link in chat to check out the project. Don't forget to enter your email. Well of the Worlds is coming to Kickstarter from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, this TTRPG setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover they have powers they didn't have in their home world. Inspired by Japanese isekai portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in chat and following the project. And finally, join us at Rem Alternis Productions for our third annual Streamathon this weekend, April 29th and 30th. Hang out, stream with us, chat with us, win some amazing prizes, and help us fundraise for 2023. Tune in at www.twitch.tv/masterofrem and join in the fun on our Discord. The link is in the chat. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REM PCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to you, Destin. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Good. It's really good to finally talk to you. We've been kind of messaging on Discord for months now.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting to finally get a chance to talk. Um, I'm really excited to hear about your books and the Kickstarter and how that went and what that experience was like.
Uh-huh.
But I gotta always start with the same question for every creator that comes on. How did you first get into gaming?
It's just kind of something that happened like organically. I started when I was about 4. My first video game actually was Final Fantasy 6 or 3 for uh Super Nintendo, and ever since then I've just been hooked. Like it's been one of my like pastimes. My favorite video games are probably World of Warcraft and Pokemon. And
Yeah.
my favorite TTRPG is probably, Dungeons and Dragons.
Awesome. People have been asking at this event I'm at if I've played World of Warcraft or if I would want to play World of Warcraft. And like everything, I know that I would love it, but it's with the time and money investment, it's kind of like thinking to yourself, like, man, do I want to take up drugs? Like, it's
It's
like,
kind
do
of
I have the
like,
time and the money to pour into World of Warcraft? And my answer is no. I do not have the time or money.
uh, like I started early, so it's over for me. Like,
Yeah, it's over. It was the gateway.
yeah, I'm like, that's what I'm here now. So
Excellent. So tell me a little bit about your writing. When did you first start writing?
I started writing seriously about 6 years ago. But I've always been
Okay.
a writer. I've been writing since I was like in the fourth grade. But like I didn't really pursue it as a career until about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay.
And it kind of happened kind of by accident because I was like, I wasn't feeling too well those years. I was really sick. So I decided to pick up something to kind of like bring my spirits up. And it kind of came into a career. So
That's awesome. That's really cool to hear.
yeah.
Did you like before your series is that plural?
Yeah.
That are out now, did you write like short stories? Were you writing game campaigns? Like what did you write as you were getting started?
I was writing fan fiction at first, actually. I was a fan
Oh,
fiction writer at
cool.
first.
That's another gateway drug.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, oh, I just get all the geeky gateway drugs. But like, I started writing like Pokemon fan fiction and Digimon fan fiction first, and then I started like I branched out into original works.
That's so cool. Awesome. So, I saw your recent announcement on your Kickstarter that that you've gotten published, right?
Yeah, I basically just got into a book deal with like a publisher, and like,
Uh, How did that happen? Walk us through that story.
oh wow, okay, so this is all very interesting. I sent my book out to a guy that was like interested in reading, right? Reading my books, and he loved them. Like he read both Tavern and Dust Mountain Blues, and he didn't was like, you know that I'm actually a publisher, right? And I was like, no, I did not. And he was like, would you want to come on with me? And I was like, yes.
How did you meet him? Is he a
uh,
gamer? Is he
he's a book talker on TikTok named Michael Laborn. He's very good. He's about talking about diverse um publishing and he's trying to change the publishing space to be more safe for diverse people. And
awesome?
I was always a fan of his content, so like I want to send him my book because I really like his content. I hope he reads it. And then that just spiraled down from there.
That's so cool. You never know. Like so many people that are creatives have these multi talents. Funny enough, so I'm at Gamma Expo in Reno right now, and the first person I sat down with at a gaming trade show, I was like, "So what do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm a film producer in LA." And I'm like, can I pitch you something? Like, can we talk? So you never know like what secret skills people have until you start talking to them, and that's so cool.
Yeah.
So cool. So you have two series that you're working on.
Uh-huh.
So and the first one is, let's talk about Dargath Chronicles, right? Am I saying that
Yeah.
right?
You said it right.
Uh, awesome. So the first book is Tavern, right?
Yep.
All right, tell us about Tavern.
Tavern is kind of like the start of everything of that universe. It's a high fantasy like epic adventure, kind of based like around World of Warcraft. The concept was to have a fantasy world where no one's quite human, but it's magic everywhere. So I want it to be magic to be like the commonplace. Like everyone has magic. It's not something that like no one's born with. It's just something that's like internalized into the people.
Yeah.
And I want to make this world to be very like kind of like diverse and interesting. So it basically takes around a about an orc tavern owner by the name of Zell, and he kind of trips over this plot that they aim to destroy the city. So him and his guild kind of go out to like thwart this, and it has that like the elements of found family and like neurodiversity, and like and touches on some like racial issues without being so like kind of heavy handed. So I wanted
Yeah.
to make it like very like accessible to people to read, but also really fun to read.
Cool.
So that's the like the main concept with the Dargath Chronicles. From there, it just branches off into different pieces of worlds of the world.
So like for Duke's brand, so if book one takes place at this tavern and it's this orc tavern keeper,
Uh huh.
um, where does Duke's brand take us?
Duke's brand picks up from one of the former antagonists of Tavern, and
Oh,
he's trying to turn a new leaf, but also he's autistic. So he got these struggles dealing with autism while being like this like really awesome Viking knight, and also dealing with his past of trauma with his father who treated him badly for his autism. So he's kind of like Thor. Like I pitched that one as Thor meets Steven Universe, and I think people will
excellent.
like that one. Like I think people
Yeah,
will like that one. That's really nice.
cool. I really like that idea of the antagonist kind of becomes the protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so like everything you saw, you see from a different angle, a different perspective. And
Mm-hmm.
the neurodivergent angle is just fascinating, and it's something that should be talked about more and should be included in a lot of stories. You know, we've got Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus, and that's our comic book that we produce. It's a steampunk
Uh-huh.
fantasy comic book, and one of our two main characters is neurodivergent. And so being able to support that and not being afraid to tell those stories. So when you're talking, I'm gonna throw a curveball question at you here. So
Okay.
when you're talking about these different walks of life, right? Or
Uh-huh.
different neurodivergencies than your own, different diversities than your own. What kind of research do you do to feel like you're approaching it from a safe and fair place as you write these characters?
Oh, it's always about doing some like hardcore research. It's all about like learning what like it's not just YouTube videos and reading. It's also about talking to people about it stuff. Um with Duke's brand, I have my personal experiences, which I'm like probably on the autistic spectrum, but I know people that are definitely diagnosed with
Yeah.
autism. So I would talk to them about it. Like, hey, is this fair? Is this fair? It's same thing with my LGBTQ. I make sure to be like, is this what like is this fair? Is this something that you that's representing you well? Because
So
I
a lot
don't
of
want to.
sensitivity reading.
Yeah, definitely. Always have
Cool.
sensitivity reading because you don't
Awesome.
know what you might see as normal or like not offensive could be offensive. So you want to be like showing that to people and being like, hey, does this represent you well? Because I know
Right.
I've been represented like poorly in certain media, and I don't want that other people to feel that way. So it's important to get that
Awesome.
out there.
Cool. I appreciate that you take that extra step. Not only do you do your own research and go like, yeah, Google told me that this is okay,
Yeah.
but you also you also do the legwork and have partners that can give you feedback too. That's a really cool approach.
Hmm.
So the Kickstarter was funding several books, and we're going to get into each one, but let's
Uh-huh.
start with the first one. So, Undergrove is going to be part three of the
Hmm.
Dargath Chronicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell me about it. What's coming?
Undergrove kind of picks up with the characters of Tavern, where he's much more established. Zell's much more established, and you can kind of feel that his confidence level is going up. Um, and he's have gotten training from people outside within his own like within his own tribe now. You get to go back and see his training from there. But the main conflict is between these two cities who kind of getting manipulated into a war against each other, and
Okay,
Zell is trying to stop that with his guild to like figure out who's behind all this manipulation and trying to get these two cities to fight amongst each other. So that's the whole
awesome,
concept of that.
cool. So, in addition to tackling these diversity and neurodivergent issues, now you're bringing politics into it.
Yep.
You're like, how can I take this one step further? I love it. That's awesome. Um, cool. So if you were to convince our audience right now, like your like one line elevator pitch on why they should get into the Dargath Chronicles, what would you say?
I would say if you're looking for action adventure with some like a little bit of politics and a little bit of crazy Final Fantasy shenanigans, I think you will like this. If you like D&D, you will like Dark Chronicles.
Awesome.
100%.
Love it. All right. So not only are you a high fantasy writer, you are also a sci-fi writer.
I am.
Awesome. So let's talk about the what my head has been calling it the Dusk Blues series.
Yeah.
Because the middle word is the one that changes.
Yeah. The whole series is the Dust Orbit Blue series.
Okay.
Then it
So,
goes
and is that the name of the first book?
Dust Mountain is the first book.
Okay.
Dust Ocean is the second, and Dust Country is gonna be the third.
Okay. So the Dusk Orbit Blues is the series, Mountain, Ocean, and what was the last one?
Country.
Country. Okay. All right. So let's get into that.
All
So
right.
tell us about Dusk Mountain Blues.
All right. Dust Mountain Blues is one of my favorite concepts. It's basically X-Men meets Red Dead Redemption.
Oh no.
It's basically
Excellent.
it is space hillbillies going against cyborg colonizers, and it follows 3 generations of these space like hillbillies, Drifter, Appetite, and Kindle. Drifter's the grandpa. He's like the patriarch of the family. Appetite is the second generation. He will be the patriarch of the family after Drifter. And then there's Kendall, who's like kind of this fiery, like teenager that's trying to like find herself in the world. And they are kind of like set upon by this new civilization. Well, this new civilization called the civilization, and they are trying to colonize the different countries, the different planets, and kind of develop their own um different types of environments for them to like get strong and gain wealth. So they're a bunch of the civilization is a bunch of corporations that's got together to like kind of colonize the world, the galaxy. So they trying to resist that because they had enough of that. Especially with Drifter being a former experiment of the first civilization.
That's cool. I feel like that's an understatement. They've had enough of colonization. Like they're over.
Yeah, like a little bit over
Thank you.
colonization.
I politely decline. Like, awesome. You had so many phrases in that I was like, yep, there's your marketing right there. Like, the X-Men meets Red Dead Redemption. You said something about like, you've got Space Hillbillies meets like I don't even remember what it was, but it made me laugh really hard. That's awesome. So that's Dusk Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So the second one is Dusk Ocean Blues, and that's one of the ones that the Kickstarter is funding, right?
Yep.
All right, tell me everything.
All right. Dust Ocean Blues kind of picks up where Dust Mountain Blues picked up left off. You get introduced to some new characters, like Kendall's mother's a point of view character in that one. And Kendall it's 4 years past between the first one and the second one. So Kendall's much older. She has her own crew, and her crew is also her like love interest because they're poly. they're polycule. Oh, so that was always fun to write because like one of my friends is poly, and she was like, "I never seen a polycule in a book before," and I was like,
especially a healthy one.
Yeah, and I'm like, bet the whole ship is dating. Like, that's fine. We're doing that now. So
awesome.
It picked up where that left off, and Kendall is starting to realize that she has this special power that the civilization wants because it's very profitable, and it can like unlock different things like with the terraforming and different like ancient civilizations because like her blood is like she's the perfect key of what they need, and she's like, "Crap, I don't want to be this." Like, so that's
The
how that
chosen
one.
one.
Yeah, and then that kind of left off with Drifter trying to find Kendall after the events of Dust Mountain Blues, and Appetite is a huge mess in this book. So, um,
Awesome.
yeah, so that's that one, and then the third one is
Okay.
Dust Country, where we finish the Light trilogy all, but we also get introduced to other mutant families in Dust Country
Oh.
Blues.
So is
And
that leaving that open for more duskiness in the
yeah,
future?
it does. Because I do want to see like how people react to the whole uh the end of Dust Mountain and the end of the series, fucking like open it up for these other families. Oh, including one family who's basically Texan Cthulhu's.
Oh, cool. Cool. Like, that's okay. That's fine.
So
Awesome.
that's gonna be really fun. So
And I interrupted you because I wanted to make sure that we had that segue to like there's more dusk coming.
uh-huh.
Um, but what is country specifically about?
Country's like gonna be specifically about ending the series and ending the trilogy and kind of like dismantling the civilization. That's the
Okay.
specifically. And that's with the Caldwells, the main character family, gaining like allies with these other mutant families to fight this civilization head on. Because before
Awesome.
the first two books, they've been trying to like kind of fighting them, but like avoiding them mostly. This third one, they're like, we're gonna take them straight on.
That's very space punk. I love it.
Yeah, I've had people call it banjo punk. It's like it's banjo punk space. I like that term.
Yeah. Yeah. Always subverting authority. That's cool. So as you wrap up the trilogy, you're kind of setting a catalyst in place for a whole new world, or new same planet but different structure because you're tearing down what was already there, so you don't know what's going to come and change. So the next series or the next book is kind of resetting and be like, okay, I know what Earth looks like, but now what happens when there's no
Yep.
civilization, as you say.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that a lot. That's awesome.
Thank you.
um So you've recently gotten some adulations from the self-published science fiction
Mm-hmm.
competition. Tell us what happened there.
Oh, that's a stressful time. um, it's a huge contest with like 100 books, and basically they'll take it's different rounds from whether it gets smaller and smaller. This year, it was kind of like last year, really. Um, I submitted Dust Mountain, and I got semifinals. I got to the semifinals. I only barely missed the finals, by the way. Like it was really,
Oh, so
it
close.
was so close. Oh, even though like judges like we really wanted to get you there, but like just a few points. You missed about a few points. But it was a fun competition, and it brought a lot of people into it, and like everyone that was working on that like competition, I still talk to today. So it's been
Cool.
really fun. It was a really fun experience.
That's so amazing. Awesome. Congratulations on that. Like for this being like you only have two series so far, taking
Yeah,
your books from 3 to 6 and already being like that close. I'm excited to see what's going to come for you, Dustin.
thank you.
So now you decided to bring these three books, these the what was it, Undergrove, Dusk, Ocean Blues, and Dusk Country Blues to Kickstarter.
Uh-huh.
So was this your first Kickstarter?
This was my first Kickstarter.
What was that whole process like?
Oh, it was a lot of work. Like I had to do a lot of research on Kickstarter because there's a lot of things that like you don't know when you're making your first Kickstarter. Like it's a lot of marketing and a lot of like advertising, a lot of getting yourself out there. So I asked a lot of questions to a lot of people that did like Kickstarter work because I've seen some successful Kickstarters. I never had a chance to. I've been backing some now, but
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
haven't gotten like before then. I didn't really know about how Kickstarter worked or what was like the different things that you had to do with Kickstarter. So
Running a Kickstarter is like the gateway drug to pledging to Kickstarters. You're like,
yeah, it
this looks
is.
interesting and I want to support other people now.
Yeah, like it gives you this new like interest in it. Like you're like, oh, I know how much work they put in this Kickstarter. Now I gotta
Yep.
help them with their
Yep.
Kickstarter. Like, and now you're just like suddenly you have a whole room full of boxes. But anyway,
So
oh yeah,
how do you feel about like setting up the Kickstarter like because it's a kind of a sales tool. You're selling yourself and you're selling your product. And what is that like writing up a campaign page where it's like, this is why you should give me your money?
yeah, like because it sounds like you don't want to sound like you're begging because you're giving a like actual product. So you're trying to sell the product to people while also being like, please, I need the monies. Like, and like it was a fun experience trying to figure out what to reward people and what to like give while also being like within your own confines of what you can give.
Yeah.
So it was
Yeah.
yeah.
There's definitely that like the budgeting part of it where it's like, all right, it's going to cost me this much to produce a book.
Hmm.
So this, I need to ask this much money, but then also like if they do an add-on, if I do a physical product, that costs money.
Yeah.
Kickstarter takes their chunk.
Yep.
Um, so like there's a lot behind it where you might see like $1 million Kickstarter is probably only getting at least half of that, like
Yeah, because they got to
by the
send
end of
all
the
that
day.
stuff out. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Cool. So you funded, so
Yep.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Um, so and now I know you're busy at work actually writing, or did you start writing before the Kickstarter?
I started writing before the Kickstarter. I already have I have all three of the books done. I just have to like, get them edited and all that stuff and clean them up.
Cool.
Eh,
Cool.
Well, also I'm just kind of working on a secret project.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the
well,
Dark
well,
Chronicles, but I don't want to get too much into that until later on.
oh, okay. I won't ask.
It's good
So
though.
you got these three books.
I can say that it's in the cozy fantasy genre. It's to
Ooh.
be really cozy, really nice, very chill. Like
I
Legends
like
and
cozy
Lattes
fantasy.
and it's like Lattes, hate spelled treason without T, that kind of fantasy. Very just chill, kind of like down to earth.
I'll make I'll make sure that I listen to it or I read it on a rainy day with a blanket and a fireplace.
Yes, it's gonna be like that's the feeling I'm going for.
Awesome. So you've got the three books that are getting edited. You've got this top secret project.
uh
What else is coming for you, Dustin?
I don't know. We'll see. Especially with this new publishing deal, we're gonna have a new cover of Tavern and a new
Ooh.
and we're gonna have a new format. We're gonna have like a hardcover of Tavern, and I'm really excited to see the cover art because like he's like, oh, we want to actually put the character on the cover art, and I was like, character like illustration on the cover. So that's what's happening
That
there. I have a lot going on.
that is so exciting. Um, well, you are a very succinct talker. So we actually like have already gone through most of my questions, but I want to just chat with you now.
Okay.
Um, so what are some like obviously with sci-fi and fantasy as such a focus for you in your writing, let's bring it back to gaming. Like what are some
Okay.
of your favorite gaming stories from being around the table that like have inspired you to write?
I have so many favorite like I was just recently got into a bunch of D&D groups, and we kind of on break now because all of us are doing different things. And but one of my favorite characters that I still want to write on is this life character named Gak. He's kind of also my TikTok character. Like he's the one that I kind of do TikToks on. Um
Cool.
and he's a selfish life cleric, and I wanted to make a character that like helps people, but for his own devices. Like he kind of picked up being a life cleric because he's greedy.
So
And
it's
the
kind
guy,
of like, I'm going to save you because I want you to owe me a favor.
yes, I want to save you because I'm gonna
Okay.
pay for it. And also you might owe me something and I can get like power and like and but like his god is actually kind of like a lawful good god, so it's kind of like like confliction because he has the skills and like the ability to be a force of good, but he's also very selfish, so the god is like, oh, I kind of gotta look the other way, but also he's good at his job but not a good person.
You
So
know, I'm not going to point fingers in my community, Panabon. Um, but we play and that that steampunk fantasy comic book I told you about. We
uh-huh.
do a live play of D&D set in that world every Sunday. And I feel very similar to what you just said, where like my character is lawful good and his is chaotic neutral. Like so I believe chaotic neutral. So like he's stealing and stuff for them, or they are stealing for them to survive. And so that's a gray area where it's like, well, I need to eat, so I guess I'm not going to say anything. But I don't really want to know more. Don't tell me where you got it. Okay, like
Yeah,
I don't
like
want to
I
know.
just don't want to know if all the food is on the table. Don't tell me how the food got there. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like if this character were to say grace, it would be like, thank you to whoever is not eating today so that we may eat. Like, or whoever had to remake dinner. Sorry. So yeah, totally. I like that kind of chaotic element that you're talking about with that cleric. Cool.
yeah, and like that's one of my fun things, the favorite things. I drive my DM crazy because he's like, "Can you do something just to be nice?" And I'm like, "No, that's not." He'll do it occasionally,
Actually,
but like he don't make a habit out of it.
that's funny. I'm interested in seeing that that character development and growth and where they end up. That would be really neat. Or don't grow. Sometimes the growth happens in the other direction.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that's what other games have you played besides D&D in terms of role-playing
I
games?
haven't got to play many. Mainly
Well,
because like
in our
yeah.
in our chat, you should join our Discord server and come play games with us.
Oh, okay, definitely. Because I want to learn, I
So,
want to play more. It's just I've been like,
yeah,
also my life's been chaotic, so I've been like, I haven't got time.
fair.
And
I mean, you do have 3 books to write and or edit and publish and
but I do love playing. I love playing like tabletop games. It's really fun.
yeah, it can be really inspiring. So so um okay, so you've played mostly D&D. You've played a kind of not lawful good cleric. What are
Uh-huh.
some of your other favorite stories or characters that you've played?
Oh, my the D&D campaign that I finished from start to finish. I played a kind. I don't know if you would call him. I guess chaotic good. Barbarian fighter, a half orc fighter named Rear, and he is dumb as rocks, and it's so
Yay!
fun because like I'm usually like this really hardcore thinker, right? I'm always the one that like, oh, I gotta think about it, I gotta plan things. So it was nice playing a character that doesn't think. Like he's just like he's a good soul. He's a good guy. Likes to eat. Oh, he's a half orc, half water genasi. So he has like
Oh
this like
wow.
so he's kind of like this watery mess sometimes when he get nervous. So he when he gets nervous, he kind of like gets all like pool of water. He gets like his gig like turn translucent and stuff.
Oh wow.
And
That's
like
cool.
and
I
but when
like
he gets
that.
angry, he starts like freezing up and like he's kind of like and like he was really fun to play because he kind of charges that thing and like that's not something I would do. It kind of rubbed off on me in certain video games now because sometimes I'll just go complete like my friends start calling it react mode where I just like just go dumb. Like,
It's definitely I tend to play smarter characters too, and so it's kind of relaxing and fun when I get to play a dumb one.
yeah,
And like you just it's a little challenging though too, because like if you're presented with a puzzle or something, you as a person kind of are
yeah,
like, what's going on here? I want to solve it. And you may figure something out, but then as your character, you're like, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. That's beyond me, man. Like they were like we were trapped in like a certain place, and all my like we had like a mage and a warlock. We had a priest and a warlock, and they were like talking back and forth. And I already figured out me as the person figured out the problem, but Rigert wouldn't. He would not. He would just be like he was always doing his own thing. He was just like, you know what, I'm gonna just eat. Like, and I'm like that's perfect. Like. Like me as the player knows what's going on, but I'm not gonna tell the other two players that like you're trying to figure this out.
I also love when you can it feels smart and dumb at the same time when you let your dumb character learn from previous experiences in the campaign. So
Uh-huh.
like you might have a magic puzzle where what you had to do was like break the stone or whatever like that. So now your barbarian always assumes just to break the magic,
Yeah.
but it might cause an explosion or something else because it's not always the same effect. But it's like, I learned, smash. Oh
Yeah.
no.
It's like no, you learned wrong. Like
Barbarians are wonderful. I love them.
yeah, I love barbarians. They're my favorite class to play. I do like clerics too, but like barbarians my favorite.
And it's almost like you know how sometimes during combat, if there's a long round of combat, it's easy to zone out, right?
Yeah.
At the table, and then someone says your character's name, and you just immediately like impulsively look up and go rage. Just I don't even know what's happening. Rage. Like
Yeah, like and this is probably it's probably the right choice. Because
yeah.
9 out of 10, like, yeah, rage, good. And then be like, oh, we're in a like political thing. Again, like, oh, rage bad? Question mark. Oh well.
Yeah, rage. I smash. No, don't smash. Oh, wanted to rage. Um, cool. So, Destin, what advice do you have for other independent writers looking to get started on a series or crowdfund their next project? Like sometimes it's intimidating to just get started.
Yeah.
What advice do you have?
Oh, it's also important. Like one of my biggest things is to sit down and like you need to sit down and start the project and give yourself some leeway. You're going to have some really bad. The first draft of anything is going to be terrible. I'm sorry, it's just going to be bad. Like, but it's a learning experience, and you have to sit down and get it through people. Like, it's easy to be like, and also it's easy to get started sometimes. Sometimes it's easy to get started on plenty of things, but getting to that middle of that trog is what gets a lot of writers. Like a lot of people, writers start a lot of stuff, but they can't sit down and get through that middle part because it's kind of like sludge. Like you start
Yeah.
losing that like passion for it in the middle
Yeah.
of it. It's not like you're not like you're losing the passion for it, rather than it just
You
getting
know
harder. Yeah, you
you
know
know
what I'm
your
saying?
beginning and you know your end, but sometimes it's hard to weave how to get there.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
it's easy to get discouraged through the middle of a project, or like towards like that part where I'll say about like it's not quite the middle. It's the start of the middle that like a lot of people get like to that like that sludge, what I call the creative sludge of I don't know how far I can do this anymore. Like, cause that's
Sounds messy.
yeah, and like I figured that like that's when like the inspiration and the support kind of dries up. Like you can't always like when you're starting, everyone's like kind of behind you, right? Everyone's like, yeah, you can do this, you got it. But when you get to that middle part, it's like everyone kind of quiet down and expects you to finish it. And
Yeah.
that's hard. That's the harder part. Because you're not gonna have that like support system with you at all times. Because your
Yeah.
strongest support is gonna be at the beginning of your campaign or whatever, or say like Kickstarter or whatever, and at the end, that middle part is like you have to like keep going through,
Yeah.
kind of on your
Keep
own
pushing.
willpower.
Yeah. Yeah. Will save. You got to make a will save every time.
Yeah, you have to make a will save about like the middle of that, like, oh, I hope this AC is getting high, like,
Yeah. Right.
like, because there's gonna be days that
Awesome.
you're not gonna want to do it. It's gonna be
Yeah.
days that you're not gonna want to do it, and like that's okay because that's normal.
Yeah.
But getting through it is like, remember what you're doing it for, because you want the end result. You want to have people to enjoy that end result. You don't get there by like just hoping that it'll go away, like hoping that like feeling will go away.
Yeah. That's fair. Thank you for that.
No problem.
So you hear that from Destin. If you're struggling to write, you're everyone else is struggling to write too. But something that the folks at Catalyst said at the end of our stream last week for the BattleTech Kickstarter was how do you become a writer? Just write.
Hmm.
It might not be many words, but just writing. It might be bad, like Destin said, but you can't fix it until it's on paper. And so give yourself that grace to get through the sludge and the Dorito crumbs and spilled coffee and all the other mess that comes with creative sludge, and you can get there too. Um,
Yes.
so Dustin, last question.
Uh-huh.
Where can we follow you to learn more about what you're working on and what's coming next?
You can follow me on Twitter at Sir Buffalo Knight. You can follow me on TikTok at Arthur DJ Munden. And you can follow my Amazon page and my Facebook page at Justin Munden. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure to finally talk to you. And don't go anywhere, REM PCs, because we're going to be right back. Hi, everyone. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF. Thank you so much to Catalyst Game Labs for donating such a cool prize. And you can win by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry code or your free entry. And then don't forget to get bonus entries and impact the game by donating bits and subs in chat. All funds help to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at www.remalternis.com/Etsy. Now we'll be back next week, but stay tuned because coming up next is the One Shot Show with 5th season. Thank you all.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols uh in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, but that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Spell. Spell.
Spells.
Spell. She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell. 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 Spell.
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Okay, that's really all it needs to do. I mean, you should mute your side and listen to it, but it should be okay. Uh, okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for sticking around. I'm Teslan Kieranhawk. I'm going to be your GM tonight for the 5th season. And I had my notes that were right handy dandy, but now they're not. So,
just like the Earth, your notes are broken.
And okay, thank you, John, for introducing some Panama chaos into the situation. The 5th season role playing game lets us create stories set in the world described in the Broken Earth trilogy, the novels of N.K. Jesmond. A world where tectonic and volcanic activity threatens all life. It's a world where everyone knows that Father Earth hates them and is always attempting to kill them. Where metal rusts and stone crumbles. Your only hope is to prepare yourself and your community, the calm. There is support and a chance to survive if you're in your community. Now, tonight we're going to be talking about Nuven. It's a small community in the Midlats, only about a kilometer from Lake Sana, a moderately sized body of fresh water. Nuven has had a rough go of it over the last year, but the calm is rallying. But the rest of that rally must be dealt with quickly. So that's what tonight's episode is going to be about, a threat to the community. But let's go ahead and introduce the players. Why don't we go ahead and start with Panajon?
Hello, everyone. I'm Panajon, which is my hybrid name when I'm neither completely Panabon nor John McDonald. Panabon, of course, is the genderqueer, jewel-eyebrowed gnome relocation specialist I play on Sunday night with like clockwork. I am a queer playwright when I'm not playing characters. I am also a GM in the Power Ranger universe, and I'm going to be a GM in the Streamathon playing a ghost hunting in a ghost hunting game called Destination Investigations. So please tune into the Streamathon. It's going to be a lot of fun. One of the other players is actually here tonight for this game. I'm going to be playing Pakoi, who is a cultivator. Which is a fancy way of saying I'm kind of the farmer and medic of the team, which I'm sure is going to go great.
Okay. Why don't we go to, on the screen at least, the next one over. Triffid, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Okay, Triffid Emats. I'm an editor, a journalist by day, and I do a lot of podcasting with the Skippy and Fanty Show, and several other things. We just revived the Stardate SG1 podcast also, and I'm looking forward tonight, my first game ever playing with the with Rem's crew. Looking forward, and of course read the Broken Earth books. Looking forward to seeing how it works as a game.
Who are you playing?
Well, I am playing Phobok, cast innovator. I specialize in design related to earth and rocks and that kind of thing. I came from far away, the western coast, so wandering, looking at the earth and finding out about things, but I have settled in this community of Nuveen, and I've been happy here with my found family.
Okay. Ava, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I am Ava Rogers. If you've been around Rem Alternis, you probably know me or my voice. I am the crowdfunding director, which means I manage and run all of the Kickstarters that you see us promoting most of the time. We've got a few of those coming up. Well of the World's most soonest launches on May 2nd. Just briefly, that is an isekai setting. If you're unfamiliar, think Narnia, Tales of Narnia. The Pavinsky kids go through a wardrobe into a new world. That's what isekai means, new world. And that is a setting for Prowlers and Paragons, the superhero TTRPG made by Mobius Worlds. Yeah, Mobius Worlds Publishing. And I also do the Alternia Archives podcast. I'm producer for that. So you hear my voice a lot in some games, sometimes doing the intros. I do all of the editing, and I'm just altogether busy all the time. However, tonight I am going to be playing Moasi Strongback. She is an expert forager and hunter, always born and lived in Nuveen. And well, she's riddled with guilt currently, from an incident that nearly caused the death of her now wife. So this is gonna be fun.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last but not least, Ski.
Yes, I'm Ski Brad. I also help GM one of the Shadowrun streams that is over on Shadowcasters Network now. That's every other Wednesdays. If you're interested, check it out. So I will be playing Zuhanshi. You may call me Papa Zuzu because I am the breeders of the Kam. And in this cast, we are very important because I have 12 children that I can call my own or maybe not my own. We don't know. They're all part of the creche. So, Papa Zuzu, if you need a hug, I'm here for you, man.
Okay. Yeah, that was definitely not least. My character description.
Are you
Okay.
the count or something?
No.
This is gonna be fun.
It's like the Count went Caribbean.
Give me a hug.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So back where were we? Oh yes. All right.
Count is really Jamaican.
Yeah. So these four are all members of the Nuven community, the COM, and they every winter the COM gets together and draws straws. The longest straw gets to be on this investigation committee, where they're the people that go out and solve problems that come up for the COM over the next year. And they're referred to as the longest straws in the COM. So they have been, and it's actually been pretty, like I mentioned in the intro, the COM's had it pretty rough. The last summer was brutal. Sorry. Last summer was brutal. And then the winter after that, well, you're the winter after that, the hunting and gathering that normally goes on during it was disrupted by some large predators that moved into the area. So the previous investigation committee actually had to deal with that, and several of them were injured because these were some fairly large, fierce beasts that had to be driven off. So that this thankfully there was another election, and you're all brought in, but it's the spring. Things are looking up. The calm is rallying, and everybody is working extra hard to get to make up to to start this next year on a good front, on a good foot, and resupply your stores. Which is why it's a little surprising when you get called away to come to the headmasters or the head woman's office to to talk to her. However, um, considering that as you walk up to her office, you see the other three long straws there. It has become obvious why you're here. So, Tanesh is the elderly head woman of Nuven. She's held the position for the last 40 years, um, longer than most of you can remember. Um, let's see, sorry. Uh, Over the course of her life, she's faced a great number of challenges, and she knows exactly the kind of strife that can result um, from issues with the calm, especially at times like this when food is scarce. Uh, when you walk in, uh, good, you're all here. Shut the door and lock it. We have much to discuss, unfortunately. um, Before we begin, I need your word that you will not discuss this with anyone besides Bomari and myself. Bomari is a farmer in the com. He runs a farm. Uh, no spouses, no parents,
Good morning.
no one.
Peter Davidson. Not
What's
Pete,
going on
because
is deadly
before 11
serious.
a.m., I like to keep it toned down and
Over the
simple,
last 5
just
days,
like Taco Bell breakfast.
we've had tools stolen. The farm from various farming communities throughout the place. Bomari's is the most recent one. We've made up for it using putting old ones back in use, but this cannot continue. This is completely the wrong time to be short on the implements we need to harvest or to plant the crops that are going to keep us alive over the next year. You might remember 12 years ago when a week's worth of cornbread went missing. And the quartermaster on duty was nearly torn to pieces before it was truly discovered what happened. This is the same type of situation. But that was during a good harvest time. Now everybody knows every shovel, every piece of equipment is essential so that we can get things going.
As is every hunter.
I am just not certain why I have been invited to this party. My skills are I am a lover and a peacemaker. This seems like you need strong, intelligent, investigative people to do this work.
Don't sell yourself short. I think you're very intelligent. Kokai says as they like pop in a like roasted cricket into their mouth.
Yes, I see your point. Do you have to eat those here? I mean, we all know that you get extra rations from that, but those are not suitable for the rest of us.
I mean, that's only because you don't think they're suitable for you. I roasted them. They're delicious.
You're here because you're the long straws. Tradition, we have you here. For that, and you're all. We need to solve this problem immediately. Uh, and you'll all have your part to play. I'm sure. So, I would
Well, I'm no
suggest.
tracker, but luckily for me, my water projects are going well. This is the time of year when we actually have the most water. So I recognize how serious tool theft is, and I will be happy to help find out what's happening and put a stop to it.
Thank you. Bomari is expecting you. So I would, if you need anything, come see me.
Has Bomari said anything? Has he found any tracks? In any indication of how many people or anything like that might be responsible?
Um, he's Omari's a good farmer, but he can be opinionated, and yes, he has someone he believes did it, but under no circumstances are you to allow him to exact justice in the fields. And I am not entirely sure he is correct.
If it becomes a problem, I can always just stand next to him. I know he specifically does not like my smell, but he is not alone in that, so.
Whatever he's just trying to turn and leave and seek him out.
That seems like the first step. Yep.
Okay. You guys head out then?
Yep.
She does not seem very happy.
So how far is it to his farm?
That's a good it's probably a quarter-mile walk. But you get there. And you could find Bomari in the field. Bomari has dark brown skin and he's short, short, straight black hair. He's barefoot, but that fact clearly doesn't bother him. You've heard he's been working the fields of Nuven since he was a child, and he's nearly 40 now. Even though farm work normally takes a lot of hands, it could be a social activity, he doesn't seem to have too many friends. He tends to spend a lot of his time away from the other strongholds of the farm, caring for crops and soil. Today, and from what you've heard, he can be a little gruff. And you can, when you come upon him working, it's clear he's stewing some of his anger and and assaulting the ground with it. Long straws, huh?
We got lucky.
Hmm.
I would not call it luck.
I didn't say what kind of luck. Uh, can you tell us the tools that you had stolen? What tools were they, and where were you keeping them?
Come on, I'll show you. Um, he picks up the tools that he was working with, including a couple that are um, set there. Arranges them very specific about how he arranges them, so that they don't bang against each other unnecessarily and dull themselves up. Um, and then he walks you a brisk walk through the rough terrain. These old ones here can barely keep an edge on them. I'm gonna have to heat them up and pound them back into shape tonight. Not like the new ones that got stolen.
Mhm.
Um, but he
I have my way. You'll have your new ones back before the night.
Well,
That would
where
be-
did these new ones come from, and how long have you had them?
oh,
What does
the
that
the
matter?
smith.
We just need to know where they've gone.
Well, perhaps where they came from could give us an idea of where they have gone.
Oh yeah, you're the you're one of the breeders, right? Yeah. You probably didn't hear. But no, they came up. They some of the Smiths are doing much better. And came up with a new set, a new way to forge our tools, and they're harder. They keep an edge better. But everybody got them. In a way, in a way, it's a little bit of luck because at least we had these to go back to. Um,
I just think it is odd that only the new tools were stolen. Perhaps there is something special about them.
They are new and better. Whoever took them is not of Naveen. Where were they kept?
he shows you a outside of the huts that are there. He shows you a basically it's kind of like a cabinet, a weaved cabinet, uh, to keep them in. Um,
Shed outside his dwelling place.
yeah,
Not
right.
okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I do a perception roll?
Yep.
All right. Do I have any? So perception, I get a +2. Perception.
You'd think a hunter would have better perception.
I got a 15.
Okay. Trish, was that your perception also, or was that a different roll?
I'll roll. Hang on.
Okay, I guess the question is,
Wait, what? Oh,
um, what is you're just looking around for
Here.
anything strange?
I'm
Uh,
looking for footprints,
Yeah.
drag marks, cart marks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a well-traveled area, so yeah, there's plenty of footprints around it. Um, Nothing. You don't really see anything out of the ordinary. There isn't really a lock on the cabinet.
Are
So
all of the sorry.
no, actually, I should have said how you rolled. Um, both so you got a 15 and Trish got okay. uh and Folk got a 14. So that passes the threshold. You see, it wasn't really a lock. There's nothing really um out of the ordinary here.
Does it look like any of our dear farmer friends' shelves were like taken, or like a latch was broken that one of the tools would be in?
Um, no, there really wasn't. There really wasn't locks per se on this
Uh,
stuff.
do any of the farmer's older tools have a colored dot on them or anything to signify that they're his?
Um, no. Um, oh wait a minute. There is the maker's mark on them.
Mm.
But other than that, no.
The
Did you
maker's
roll?
mark will be helpful.
Did you roll a perception, Ava?
Oh, I can. I just got 13.
Well, the head woman said that several people had had tools stolen. So if we find someone with extra tools, it'll be pretty clear that they had something to do with the theft. Or I suppose an outsider could be stealing the tools. Uh, if it's an outsider, maybe there's a caravan or a trader or someone who's been passing by our community.
Do we
Yep.
know?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Do we know if the maker's mark that would be on these tools, if the forge has a specific one for each person it gives tools to, or is like the maker's mark one of 4 from such and such forge?
1 of 4 from the Com Forge.
Okay.
Has there been anybody passing through recently?
Yeah, but I mean that's not gonna. Okay, yeah, yes, there have been people passing through asking about stuff on their way to.
Savine?
Yes.
Also, Tanish said that you thought you knew who it was and you already had a culprit in mind. Would you share that with us?
Listen, it's gotta be that stupid crop nurse. I don't know what the child is doing, but
Do you say it has to be them? Have they been
I've
hanging
said
around?
I've said too much. You're supposed to investigate and find it out.
Yes, we have been tasked with the
Why do
investigation of
you
this.
suspect them?
Okay. Give me a communications persuasion, or perception, empathy roll. Anybody can go ahead and do it.
I've got liter 0 in both of those.
Yeah.
What is persuasion under? Is persuasion under communication?
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
special.
Okay. My
Special-
communication is with animals, so I'm not going to be of any use for that.
You'll be
I'll
better
roll
than me if you
perception.
have any.
Yeah. You still use the
communication
communication.
at all.
Yeah. You still use the
All right.
communication. It's
You
just
don't
you
get
have
Well,
a
I got-
specialization.
I get a 1, and I'm also compassionate, so sure, why not? Oh, I got a 9.
I rolled perception of 14.
Okay. That's the.
I'm gonna try the communication, even with a 0. 9.
Okay. What was the drama die?
Oh, that's a 5, and I actually got double 2s. What does that do? That does something.
So
Stunt points.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're social stunts. And then
I
you
got
get
a double
number of
3.
social points equal to the damage, the trauma die, right? I skimmed these rules. Equal to the value of the drama die. Social stunts, where are you at?
Social stunts.
Cool.
So which one did you get to? Or
Hmm. Sure. Let me see.
I got a 3, so I can use pay attention for a social stunt because I had 2 3s.
okay.
I wanted to do sway. I don't feel like frightening him at the moment would help.
Okay. Okay. That's enough. You guys were right on the edge. But that pushes it past it. Fine. I'm not trying to be that gossip, that loudmouth kid Chago, but Nono's eaten food that wasn't part of his share before, so this type of thing is right up his alley. Details or proof, but that kid's dumb enough. It's probably true. If he's eating food that's not his, taking tools that aren't his is right up his alley.
is he a neighbor? Would he be close?
Well, he's the local crop nurse. So yeah, he would be he would be on the farm.
He'd have an excuse to come by. Well,
You're investigating theft of tools. You would have an excuse, yes.
I mean, we were told not to tell anybody.
So, I didn't catch it. What was the name of the crop nurse?
No.
Oh.
Yes, tell me.
Nobody.
So in this game, for people that haven't played before, all of our character have a drive and personal challenge. So my character's drive is helper. My quality is compassion. So I'm going to say to the farmer, I hope we can clear this up. I hope this has not happened and it has not been a misdeed. But regardless of what has happened, I hope that we may help to find your tools and bridge the connection between you two, so you may have a better working relationship in the future, and there can be more harmony in our community.
Go ahead and give me another communication roll to see how he takes that.
Okay. Probably not well, but this is my drive. Oh, wow. 17, and I got 2 5s on that.
All right. You win. If it's not the kid, I'll let it go by and I'll forget about it. Investigate the kid though.
We will leave no stone unturned until we found the precious items that you need to be that we all need for the betterment of the community. We'll do our best for you.
Thank you. Is that all you need?
Should be.
Question, Tom. How, out of the way is the spot where he keeps his tools?
It's not that far out of the way, but it's right outside of his
homestead.
Yeah, it's right outside of his house.
Okay.
So, and the walls are not that thin. Okay.
I was trying to figure out how likely it would be that an outsider would think to go for them here.
That's a good point. Also, since tools have been stolen from several people, it seems like an seems like an outsider would be more theft of opportunity, not going around and taking tools from several different people. But if it's a local, I mean, I don't see why they would want a whole, several different sets of better hoes and farming implements. So maybe they're planning to sell them to an outsider.
So when we began this journey earlier today in Tanesh's home, I questioned my participation in this group. I did not feel that my skills had much meaning, but now I begin to understand. I have an ability to organize things, and what I see now is 2 paths before us. These paths represent threads that are here to help us unravel this mystery that we have been challenged with. And what we need to do now is gently pull on these individual threads to more easily unravel this, and so we can find the solution.
You talk too much. You were brought into this like we were because you drew the wrong straw.
Yes.
I drew the long straw because I smell, and they wanted me the farthest away from the drawing pile.
However, I'm saying there's 2 very
Let
unique
us go talk to
situations
No.
here. All right, then where are we going, Miss Strongback?
To talk to No.
I will take my thread and I will go talk to the makers of these tools and find out more about them, while you go talk to No, who is the one who has been accused by the farmer.
Perhaps rather than just directly interrogating No.
I find that most effective.
Perhaps rather than just simply trying to accuse them of a crime, it would be best to start by asking them if, as the crop nurse, if they've noticed strangers around or people being where they shouldn't, that kind of thing.
I would also say, go ahead.
Just so you know, there are a couple of, he didn't mention it, but they're generally in things that in the way the farms are set up. There's a crop nurse, a crop scientist, and the actual farmer themselves. So
I was thinking of the crop nurses, someone who
Yep.
goes all around the village or something.
Yeah, no, there's kind of a crop scientist. who
Crop
works here
Twin
also.
Medicine Woman.
Okay. Uh,
I would say this may be an opportunity as well. Perhaps Noho, no, however
No.
their name is pronounced. Perhaps they've had something stolen from them, either a tool or perhaps something else that may shed light on this matter more. For if it's not just tools that are being taken and they think of it, that may give us more information too. I would hope nothing else is being taken. Life is hard enough.
It's hard enough.
okay.
Right. Well, I don't think anyone should go investigating by themselves. So if we're going to split up, I think we should be in pairs. I'm willing to go either talk to the makers or to Noel with
I will set off towards the
Malasi.
makers. I would be, it would be very welcome if you would join me, Phobach.
Very well. I'll join you.
Okay. As you two head off towards the makers area, Molassie and Koiki, Koi,
Kukoi.
Kukoi, thank you.
Kakoi.
Cuckoo.
No.
like Kokomo, but with an I.
Uh, you walk off to find the crop nurse.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um. hmm. You find him yeah, you find him uh, walking sorry, yeah, sorry, 1 second. Ah, right. You had seen him in the past, working in the center of the comm, tending to the sick, as well as clearing out all sorts of wastes and infectious substances. He, as you come upon him, working on the farm, you, despite not no longer having to deal with sewage, he doesn't seem very happy being assigned here. Um, but once he spots you, he has a quizzical look on his face, and then starts walking towards you. Uh, Seems actually a little bit excited.
Does he have any animals with him? Like I don't know if they have animals
No.
to help with the fields or anything. Okay.
Oh, I. You two together? Oh. Oh, you drew the
Mm-hmm.
you yeah, you drew the long straw. I was hoping I'd draw the straw on the long
Well, I
straws this time.
technically they had me draw from far away because they didn't like my scent. So it was more that I had to reach really far, and it just happened to be a long straw.
Have you noticed anything going missing?
Yep. Yeah.
What?
Well, the new nicer tools. Pain. Um
Have any of your tools gone missing?
well, I mean, I use some of the same stuff that he does, yeah. He handed me this uh this thing, and I'm gonna have to fix it tonight. Uh,
Make an
Bummer,
empathy
but
roll to see if he's like cagey.
okay.
Uh, what would that be? Perception or communication?
It could be either.
Yeah, not that it matters for my roll. 7
Total.
total.
Okay. What was the last die?
My traumatize a 1.
Okay, a 1.
Yeah. I have differing colors. Got 2
Okay,
green,
no,
and
that
then my purple
yeah.
and green one is my drama die.
Okay.
You betrayed
Let's
me.
see. Your dice betrayed you.
Yeah, I got 2 1s on that, by the way, Tom, just so you can be happy. It's a 5 and 2 1s.
These aren't your Paranormal Albany dice, are they? Out of curiosity.
I used the digital dice during Paranormal Albany.
Mm-hmm.
So no. It's not roll 20 screwing me over this time.
Okay. So let's see. You and you rolled 2 1s, and yeah. Okay. He's being cagey. I mean, it's a pain, but I'm assuming he's just. I mean, he's Bomari. He's grumpy. I kind of figured. I thought he was. I thought he was just hazing me because I'm the newest one here. But no, he was complaining about it. Heard him say something about stalking off to talk to the head woman about it. So other than that, so you're investigating why the tools are missing? That's so exciting.
Yes, that is. It's important when it's important because tools are important, and so we are going to do our best to make sure the tools are returned.
That's great. How can I help?
Well, the farmer has said tonight when tonight they also will need to reform some of the older tools. So, in the interest of community, perhaps you can reform your tools together and create a closer bond working together since you're in the same place.
You don't know Bomari.
Have you seen anybody around the farm that shouldn't be?
Not really. No. No, not well, except for you two and the other two, I'm guessing were long straws that were with you earlier. You're the only four I've seen.
Before the tools went missing.
Before not that I can think of, but Omari's got me pretty. I mean, just doesn't like me. Just keeps me busy all the time.
He does not like you because you had food that was not yours.
Um,
Well, I say she's direct.
the cheery smile immediately drops from his face. He kind of looks. He has a look of betray and shame. Yeah, well, okay. Mm-hmm.
If be of good cheer. If you wish to try new things, you could always come by where I am and try some of the fare that I have. Roasted crickets are not as bad as some people make them out to be.
And he turns and starts. He's not like he can still hear you, but he turns and he starts um working on tying up this vine plant that had grown and slipped out of its thing. He's making sure it's tied up and hung properly now.
Can I do a perception roll on the? How far have we gone from where we were? Like, it was it like another quarter mile up to where No's place was?
No, he was part of the farm, so it would be a few. It would be it was under 1,000 feet.
Okay. Can I still do a perception to see if there are any other new tracks here? Because we're not exactly in the same spot, so it's
Yes, you can do it.
never hurts to try. Ooh, I got a 15. My wild die was a 6. Perhaps someone has broken a little plant that they shouldn't have.
Uh, no, it's not that, but you do see some heavy footprints in here that don't line up
Hmm,
with
I'm
everything.
curious.
The crop scientist is female, so she's got a light build. Um, No is a fairly young, skinny. The only one who's big enough to have made this dent um in the ground is Omari, and he doesn't wear shoes.
I'm pretty sure Moasi probably could.
But you know it's not yours. So knowing that the crop nurse is way too excited and wants to help, but also knowing
Well,
that we
no, not now. He's not.
oh, he's not. Oh,
Yeah.
we made him sad. Okay. But yeah.
As Kakoi's like looking around, Moasi's actually going to like approach the kid, hold it up as he's tying it up or whatever.
Okay.
And look, if you find yourself needing food, let me know, and I will see if I can find you extra.
Um, Go ahead and give me a communication roll.
What is your drive, by the way, as
11.
Moasi?
Moasi
11.
is a hunter and gatherer.
Yeah, but what is your drive?
Drive is let's see, penitent.
Ooh.
Quality
Fancy.
is humility, downfall is guilt.
Ooh.
Okay.
And that's part of why she really hates being taken away from her wife to do this job.
Yeah, it's true. Okay. I ate some food outside my share last year, but it wasn't. But I didn't make that call on my own. Head woman told me to dispose of a few pounds of diseased grain, so I did. I ate it. I didn't steal from the comm.
If
It wasn't the comm's food anymore. Sit here. I didn't even. It didn't even still count as food.
oh, I
Anybody besides the
understand,
resistant had tried eating it, they might have died. But I could eat it. I did.
but you shouldn't.
I-
Whether because it was disease. As I said, if you need food, don't feel that you need to eat the cast off.
Thank you.
And it would help relations between you and Bamari.
He knows.
he saw you. That is why he dislikes you so. And why he pointed us towards you as a possible thief of said tools.
What?
Because he thought you stole the food. I believe his words were, if he would steal food, why not the tools?
All right.
You did not steal the food. So, perhaps come clean with him.
Okay, I will try. Thank you. Do you two need anything else?
Mossy looks at Kokoi. Did you find something?
Kokoi's kind of looking at the ground, trying to look off in a direction where the footprint may have come from. And Kokoi would say, "I'm not sure. I could use some expertise."
We will need more than that to help.
Yeah, well, it looks like a boot print that should not be here.
Mossy looks down at her feet, make sure it's not her.
It's not.
I know.
I cannot tell what direction this goes in though, nor whence it was going toward.
Oh, I mean, it's clear it was pointed away from, walking outside the farm. But you're right. It's your role was not high enough for that. And you actually don't, your character doesn't have any kind of tracking or anything.
I also have no fighting skill, which is super fun.
Yeah.
I'm good with the bow, but yeah.
Um,
I'm here to be smelly and compassionate and eat a whole bunch of roasted crickets. That's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm really surprised that I don't have any tracking.
Yeah, well,
I'm supposed to be a hunter.
We should have gone to the maker. They should have stayed here to find the boot print. We've done this wrong.
Okay.
No tracking over here either.
Well,
none of us
all
have
right.
tracking.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a thing. You can follow the tracks if you want.
Sure, yeah. That's as good as thing as we got of anything. Yeah,
Well,
I'm all for it.
It's we're at the hour mark now, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be back and see what the makers have to say, and if they're willing to stop long enough to talk. We'll be back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Yeah, it won't show up. Audio won't show up. Hey, folks. Thank you for sticking around. One thing I forgot, and you'll be able to tell because it is off to this side of me. Right up there is Shadowrun Power Plays. Typing in hashtag RemPC gets you an entry for it. Subscribing to Gen Con TV also, I believe, gets you 7 entries for it. You can donate some bits, and for every 100 bits, that's an extra entry. But that's the Physical Power Plays book, a great book of information on Shadowrun about corporations and how they try to push down the downtrodden. Um, because that's what corporations in Shadowrun do. But a lot of information as a good part to catch up on what's happening in the corporate world at the start of the 6th world. But we are back. And I believe 2 people were walking through town headed towards the makers. Okay. You get there, no problems. You're in a village, so there's no, I don't have to roll to see if you come across a roaming monster or anything like that, or a beholder or anything like that. Hmm, there's plenty of things to try to kill you in the in this world, but D&D monsters is not one of them. So you come upon it. It's an open area. It does have a thin wooden roof. It's one of the few wooden roofs that isn't made of a earth thing, but it's mostly open, pretty much to let the heat out from working of metals. The the metal the metal workers in Nuvan they've been allowed some innovation, and as such they have created some great things. Fortunately, that makes them a little bit prickly, stuck on themselves. Like, they know their value to the com. So, uh, you you walk up. There are 3 um 3 people specifically working in that area right now. There is one big burly guy that is pounding things with a hammer. Um, there are a couple of women working on. Looks like they're putting in the finishing work on some items. Who do you go talk to?
So
I want to look and see, do they have rows of new tools, or are they building more of these special advanced tools now?
Right now it actually looks like they are. You don't think they're making tools? It looks like they might be making some kind of pot.
Okay.
At least that's what it kind of looks like, what the women might be doing.
So I'm gonna use my relationships card. I have relationships on here. Player's choice, intensity 2.
Uh-huh.
The big burly guy. We grew up in the creche together. I've known him my entire life.
Okay.
I just don't know his name until you tell it to me.
No, if you're gonna play that card, you gotta make up a name.
Oh, a boo boo.
Of course it is.
You brought that on yourself, Tom.
A boo boo, my friend.
I would have given you like a Tim the Enchanter. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah. With a resounding clash.
He calls me Papa Zuzu.
Yeah. Papa Zuzu, what brings you here?
A boo boo. I am a long straw. Can you believe it?
Oh. Well. That's it. The straws were not. The straws at least did not pick one of mine, one of ours. So I suppose you're as good as anyone.
Luck favors Nuveen. We are going to solve this mystery that has brought the long straws out. You know my companion Fobak?
Obak?
He's helped me create some of the implements I needed for my water filtration project.
An interesting problem. That the drawing it thinner. That still I have a couple ideas. And so does Patters. On how we could even possibly even get them even thinner, so that there's more opening, more water flow through it. That's the word you use.
This is all very interesting, my friend. But Fobak and I are here to discuss the new tools for the farmers. There's something, we feel there's something odd about them. What can you tell us of them?
Odd about my work? There's nothing odd about them. They're crap. It's the same.
I think you meant special. What makes them so special?
Well, that's your fault. The cleaner water to quench them has helped. And what we did to draw the pipes, you needed to remove impurities. So we were able to get more of the impurities out so that the metals stay together. And we're discovering if you get more of the metals out, Father Earth, if you get more of the impurities out, Father Earth doesn't rust it as fast. Father Earth, he likes that, or maybe he hates it because he does try to kill us. But so I mean, it is of course our hands that did it, but your filtration project helped us immensely get there. So it's just that they're harder. They stay sharp longer, and we can make them thinner. So we save metal, and they're not as heavy. Although a couple of them we have to actually weigh them a little bit because there's some older farmers who are set in their ways. And then sometimes you do want and he, hefts up his hammer. Sometimes you do need something heavy to bring down. So that's what's different about them. What's going on?
Well, have you finished making tools for all the farmers around here, or is that a project you do a little of?
I mean, we'll have to repair, but yeah, we focused, we got that done. Now we're on to there's we're on to a tea kettles.
I was wondering, have you had people coming to try and buy our new improved tools? Any traders showing special interest? It it could be we could help our community even more if we engaged in trade, selling items like this.
No. The head woman, head woman has been specific on that. Until we get until we get Nuven back in shape, we're not trading our stuff away to anyone else. She's very, very firm on that thing.
Have you had to turn anyone down then? Has anyone tried to buy them and you've had to say no?
Um, um, mm, uh, uh, no, they know. We make it clear quickly that they cannot. Ski.
Can I make a judge intentions?
Yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. You've known him forever. You can make a judge intentions.
How do I make a judge intentions?
Well, that would be basically a
Is it communications or I have perception empathy?
Perception empathy is judge intentions. Communications can also be used when you're trying to convince somebody of something or let's
15.
see. You got a 15 and that empathy focus. Yeah, you blow past the in this game we set up there's a target number. In this case, knowing when an old buddy is lying, the target number is 10. His first two dice were rolled a 9, and then he's got a +4 to that because of perception and empathy focus. So that gets him. Yeah, this is your friend when he's lying. It's not, you don't think it's malicious, but he's definitely trying to avoid saying something.
My friend Abubu, is this like the time that we had the malted beverages? We must discuss this in private.
No, they know. Just Papa, lower your booming voice a bit. Cannot have this go across everywheres.
You know how hard this is for me.
Yes, that's why we got in trouble for the malted beverage.
It was good though.
It was good. As is what there is a trader that comes through. We needed some alloy, so I have I've traded I've traded various small items with him. So that I can get the alloy that I need that then goes right back into the tools. The head woman does not understand, so you know me, I worked at angle. I had to solve the problem. I did it from the side. So all for the good of the calm, but yes, these teapots, we're finishing tonight. They're headed off to be painted for something. I don't know what, but I don't. Not my problem. But we're finishing them up, and that will get us. That'll get us the charcoal that burns hot enough. It gets rid of some of the impurities, so we can save metal. So the metal that went into that saved. But I mean, the trader comes in. Um, he'll be by tonight. But other than that, no, I haven't had to turn down. I haven't had to turn down the tools. Um,
Oh, my lifelong friend, I fear that you have endangered yourself and possibly the community, the calm. I will do my best to help you out in this situation because we are friends. But this is troubling news. Tell me more about this trader. What is he like? What does he look like? Give me a physical description and how we may meet with him.
well, um, he 2 months ago when I kicked him out, um, I followed behind him and caught up to him after he had left the commune. Um, the we came to an agreement. It's a that moment where you there it is. His name is Pecco. He's tall. Um, well built. Um, long legs makes it easy to to walk between the villages trading. Um, long long black hair. Blue eyes. He there is a spot just outside of the com where I will um leave the tonight. I'll leave the teapots there, and he'll come by and leave the ore there, or whatever the sack of whatever I've ordered from him there, and I retrieve it in the morning on my way in.
All right. Bobak, do you think do you have any questions?
What would you say he's been honest in all your dealings with them, or do you have to watch him very sharply?
He's not of the com, so I watch him very sharply, no matter
Mhm.
what.
Mm.
But yes, he hasn't tried to cheat me. Um, if he if he you know
Can you tell me a little bit more about whatever you can tell from his dress, what culture he comes from, what are his clothes? What how does he dress too warmly or too cold for here? What's his footwear like? That kind of thing.
he's never thought about it. A man's shoes. Um, yeah, he wears sandals.
Mhm.
Um, ridiculous. But they are and they're and he's dressed, I would say, too coldly for here.
Mhm.
Um, his pale skin, uh, probably from a com that's that's colder. Um, he comes through every couple weeks. He'll leave. He'll leave. This is the last order.
Let's see. I want to draw Zuhanchi aside a little bit. I'll say thank you. I just want to talk something over with Zuhanchi here. And I'll draw him aside and say, look, I've had my own arguments with the head woman. She is a bit hidebound. I've had to argue over and over with her to get this water project approved. So I can understand that uh, that the Smith here would want to try and get around that, as long as he's right and he's keeping the same net amount of metal. I don't know why we should have to bother the head woman with any of this information we've learned today. We're looking for a metal thief, not a tool thief, not investigating trading practices.
Yes, I certainly agree. I was worried that you wouldn't keep in confidence what my friend told us. So that makes me happy that you value our metal workers as much as I do.
I think we were agreed on this, but we still have to find the thief. And maybe the trader could tell us something, if he might be buying stuff from a thief, or he might know of some other trader who is suddenly acquiring items that we should know about. So,
Certainly, I think we should find the remainder of our long straws and confront this
yes.
trader.
Yeah, and see if they've found out anything also. I think that's our best bet. We should go back and meet up with the other long straws now.
Successfully split the party and reformed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we all is everything good, my friend?
Everything is good. We may want to talk with this trader, but we're not going to interfere with your arrangements at all.
Well, I'm we're almost done with it. We're almost done with it. So I'm going to be putting I'm going to be hiding him outside the comm, and he'll be coming through some point tonight. That may be your only chance to talk to him.
Right. We'll see what other we have to find out some other things this afternoon. We may end up trying to meet with your trader, but we'll make sure that he picks up his goods and drops off the ore before we try to converse with him.
That is all I ask. That will that or yeah, that will help me should help me finish out everything.
I thank you so much, my friend, my good friend Abubu. Before we leave, could you put a nice edge on my glass knife? I fear we may need it soon.
Bring it here. You have to treat this better. Let's see.
Well, that is your job, not mine. I raise the children.
Yes, but what you choose to cut with this is what causes it to go dull so quickly.
Get me one of those nice new metal knives. Maybe after this. We'll talk about it later.
He hands you back your glass knife. And then they go back to finishing up the teapots. So the trackers.
So I don't have tracking, but looking at intelligence, I have a +1 in intelligence. So I don't know if that would help at all. I did get a 12 on rolling the 3d6. So I do have double fives because my wild die was a 5. So
Okay.
It's not tracking. I'm grasping at straws.
No. Well, I mean, it's a different step. It's not the quickest thing you both have ever done, but eventually you do uh, follow follow it through. Um out to a yeah, I'm actually gonna need it actually goes out to um outside the calm in on one of the main the main roads that pass through. So you lose the tracking, but do you just look around in this area?
Yeah. I have a
Um,
+2 in perception. Might as well.
both of you go ahead and roll perception.
I got a 13 that time.
9.
Okay. Hmm. You're okay. It um it looks like there's a spot just off of the just off the edge of the road that doesn't look exactly right to Moasi. There's something about the way the there's just something about the way the foliage is laid out. Uh, it it looks unnatural. Looks kind of like what you would do when you were building a hunting blind, or what you would,
Mhm.
when you were setting up your hunting blind.
And I assume I can't tell if if it like is an in use hunting blind, somebody's there. Can't tell
Yeah,
that?
nope. And you're not sure it's a hunting blind, but it's kind of got that.
Uh-huh.
It's got that. It's like when you look at somebody who's wearing camouflage.
Right.
It's got that kind of, it's got that kind of look to it.
Could I
Mhm.
do? I don't have hunting, but I do have natural lore. Could I look and see if I notice anything?
Melosi's going to pretend like she doesn't see it and then move around it to the other side.
Okay.
Okay.
And just kind of circle it.
Okay. Um, as you're circling it, um, it's it becomes clear. Um, it's it looks like it looks at first like it's a hunting trap, like a pit trap.
Mhm.
But then when you fool with a little bit, you realize it's just a spot for people to hide stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say she would like nudge at it with her cudgel.
Yep. Um,
Hmm.
do you open it up?
Yes.
Okay. Um, inside, you find a selection of tools.
Huh. Are they the missing tools?
Um, the maker's mark matches up. They're from your comm, yes. Um, and there would be no reason to have them out here.
Yeah. Kakoi, look what I found.
How very bittersweet. So, what an odd place for these to be. The question
I
is,
have an idea.
What is your idea?
We leave them here and wait to see who comes to get them. And then I
like that
bludgeon
idea.
them.
Well, yes. I am a compassionate person to a point, but yes, I agree with this bludgeoning. They, if it is not of the village, they must learn. If they are of the village, it is a lesson they will not soon forget.
And she'll just kind of like recover them.
Okay.
We should find the others.
Okay, go ahead and give me a you know what? I'm going to say self-discipline.
Have that.
Is that willpower, strength, stamina?
It's a willpower. It's a
willpower.
That means I've got a
I got a
plus
+1 in
2. So
Plus-
wow.
+2 and then another +2
Hey!
because you have it.
I get a
Ooh,
plus
look
4.
at that. I got a 17 in that with 2 5s.
No.
Woohoo! I'm never
Um,
going to roll this good again. This is the best roll I'm never going to roll this good
Right.
again.
17
That's
with double 6s.
woo.
17 with
Unfortunately, that's only a 1 on my drama
I'm
die.
prob-
So
I'm probably going to die on Sunday in like clockwork, but you know what?
using all the good luck now.
Worth it for the one shot.
Okay. So with those actually excellent rolls, 2 double 6s, 2 double 5s, and one of the things having a 6 on them, you you put it back in place, and you get and you actually set up a nice, strangely comfortable blind to watch.
Good.
Where to watch stuff in. Um to watch the place in. So hmm.
It's the roasted crickets there what make it so nice. It's good protein.
Mm-hmm.
Just because nobody else wants to eat the good protein doesn't mean I can't eat the good protein.
Sure.
They are very small. It is not much protein.
It's the crunch as much as the protein. It's very soothing.
Okay.
I do not like them. The legs get stuck in my teeth.
Well, that's why you start with never. We'll discuss that later. Another time, another place.
Okay. The other two, how are you? Well, you set up the blind. Do you just settle in at this point?
Oh no, we need to find the other 2.
Okay. Wow.
So,
You
Kakoi,
knew
go
where
find
we were going.
Yeah,
at
go
least.
go find the other 2. I will keep an eye on it.
Yes, that works because I have a scent, and you're probably much better at not attracting
Bludgeoning.
attention. It's true.
Oh,
You're
that
barely
too.
better at bludgeoning. I'm quite good with the bow, but a bow is not quite the same as bludgeoning. So yes, I will go and I will return with our fellow Longstraw.
Okay.
So we are headed to the place that the meet is supposed to happen at, right?
I thought you were heading towards us.
Oh,
Well, where
yeah,
you thought we
just-
were.
Yeah.
We were going to meet up with our compatriots first.
Yep.
I am backtracking to the farm because I don't know that we necessarily went that far, but it's a village, so I should know where I'm going. So
Yeah.
Well, we did know that they were going to speak with the masters, so.
yeah, but I don't know it. I'm just barring not knowing which direction it's in. I just backtracking seems like the wisest course of action.
Yeah. At that point, yeah, if you guys head back to the farm, you head back to the farm, you are able to find each other.
Greetings, fellow Longstraws. There is news. We have found the tools and where they were hidden. Now we are just in hiding, waiting to find those who have taken the tools.
We have found the makers told us that there's a trader that has been interested in wares, and there was a place outside of town where they would trade items, and it is right in that direction.
I wonder if it is the same place. How convenient that would be, but also how
It's-
intriguing.
It's not exactly the same place, but it is definitely on the same road. But where he's pointing is a little bit closer to the center of town. It's not pointing to the center of the town, but it as you're walking on the road, passing by the comm, you would encounter the spot that they're talking about first. And then as you keep going, you'll encounter your spot.
The well-traveled road is full of suspicion. We are a little farther down the road.
Well, perhaps we should look at the spot where the trading was taking place to see if we can find anything, and then we shall meet up with Mawasi.
Yes, I would recommend coming with me to meet with Moathi because they have promised much bludgeoning, and it would not be of behest for us to be the ones bludgeoned as we are arriving if we arrive from the wrong direction.
We will let you go first. The smell of
What-
your crickets will alert her.
I will let you in on a little secret, friend. It is not just the crickets which are part of my smell.
Perhaps
is also-
you could
It is
benefit.
also beetle dung.
Perhaps you could benefit from Phobok's clean water invention as well.
Nonsense. This is all part of my charm.
Well, Father Papa Zuzu says, "Let us begin."
Right.
Okay.
So first we want to look over the trading spot and just see if we see any clues, and then we'll move on to the tool cache.
Okay.
So, I guess perception rolls when we get to the.
Yep, it would be perception rolls. Wow, John, that was pretty bad roll.
But I got 2 ones. It's a double, so even though it's double ones, it's still a double. Also, I'm focused on. I have the other cache in mind. I'm not really focused on this cache necessarily.
I, on the other hand, got a 17.
Most importantly, you do find the cache spot. Once you point it out to him, Coco does confirm it. It looks very similar to um to the spot where the tools were. Different. Yeah, it looks very similar to it. Not. Sorry. Okay. Um, not as big, but not as long, but deeper.
Okay.
I wonder if whoever was plotting to steal the tools, if they had been plotting it for a while and constructed a much larger place for the tools.
Well, you wouldn't be able to fit the tools in this spot.
Hmm.
It looks like this was built for bags of stuff.
Oh.
Okay, well, maybe this trader, maybe the ore and teapot trade is fine. The trader could still be having something to do with the thefts, but not directly involved with the maker, the master. So I think rather than splitting our forces and staking out both places, just in case there is any violence, I think that's much more likely to happen where the tools are, and I think we should take out the tools, not the trading spot. But in any case, we'll go on and talk to Moasi about this also.
Okay.
Agreed.
On the way
Absolutely.
there, we should keep an eye out for if anyone is approaching the tool cache.
Yes.
Cache.
Agreed.
It's still sun. It's getting towards the evening. So, but give me perception rolls.
That's a little better.
Okay. All right. You guys, you don't see anybody. Like I said, it's fairly common. The people are, really busy right now, so they wouldn't be out here unless they had a reason to. And there's no reason to go off the comm. So you can make it back to Moasi without spotting anything interesting. Is there anything you four want to share with each other before we do our break, our 10-minute break?
I have crickets, but I don't think that's going to work here.
I think that maybe rather than all of us hiding up in Moasi's blind, since that'll be kind of close quarters, and since I'm good with a bow, maybe I should move off to the side a bit. Maybe Moasi could help me build another blind to have an angle, so we're not all in the same place. So I can watch from a slightly different direction.
Okay.
That is indeed a good plan. We should have multiple viewpoints for which to see this sneaky thief come in to take our tools. We also need to find out who put the tools here in the first place.
Yes.
That is what we beat out of the person that comes to pick them up.
What if they do not?
With compassion.
They will.
Eat them with compassion.
You do not pick up anything from a hidden spot without knowing who put it there. At least they will know someone, and then we can go find that person and beat the answers out of them.
Man,
Well,
that's the most
obviously, it's
Panabon thing
embarrassing.
anybody has said this evening, and I'm not even the one saying it.
Yeah.
That's
Is
why
this
I
what
see
Jay Lou
solution
feels
to everything.
like on Sunday?
I imagine
Um,
so, yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and give me a rolls for setting up the other blind.
Oh, yeah.
What
That was the
that?
self-discipline one you had us do, right?
Yes.
Sorry,
Ooh.
what rules do I use?
Willpower is self-discipline.
Yeah.
18.
Oh, there's a 17 with 2 6s. Woo!
Willpower and self-discipline I am not seeing on my list of characteristics.
Willpower is
I see willpower.
the
Okay.
very last one, yes. Self-discipline is underneath. Is
a focus. Okay. I don't
focus,
have
thank
that.
you. Yes, I keep on calling it a specialization. I
Right.
play too much Shadowrun.
I have 3
No, I don't.
stunt points. What do I do
I
with
don't
them?
play enough Shadowrun. I
Add
don't
them
think
to
there's
my
a
6 and we'll have 9 stud points.
I don't think there's a
so
stunt
many
for this.
stun points.
I got a 10.
Okay.
Ooh, with 2 4s, you also got stun points.
Oh, right.
I don't think there's a stunt for this though.
Yeah.
Or they just-
Explorations.
12 stun points. We built a little cabin in our souls.
Could I pick a
It
good
go-
hiding spot?
I'll go for exploration. Yeah. Basically, it's okay. Yeah. It gives you. See, you got 3 stun points.
Sadly, I didn't get any. I got a 5 and a 6.
You're gonna get to bludgeon someone, you'll be fine.
Okay. Nope, you got a good spot. Even the stun points will let you it'll be easier for you to keep watch of everything even after night.
Okay.
Goes down, you won't be facing the wrong direction.
So the wariness.
Yep.
How good is your bowmanship? Because I have a +2 on my attack roll, so I want to know if you're better than the +2 I have on mine.
Let's see. My bow attack roll is +3.
Okay, you are. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. You guys are set up. When we come back, it will be night. And we will see what we see. So what you can see is all about what Shadowrun corporations are doing in the new version of it by typing in #RemPC or subscribing. And that gives you a chance to win a physical copy of Power Plays, the Shadowrun setting book. And we will be back in 10 minutes, folks.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And we're back, and it is night. The night has come. You
Would
all
you say the
settle
land
in.
is also dark?
The night has come. That's enough. Everybody, give me a willpower self-discipline roll as you settle into your.
That's a 13. That's not bad.
14.
I kind of want. I mean, can we fail this one?
Yeah,
That's an ominous. That's ominous right there.
I think that's one of those. Can we fail this one? It means you've already failed it. I mean, nobody.
I'll roll it, but I really feel like Papa Zuzu's kind of like catching some Z's on Moassi's, broad shoulder.
Oh no, he's not.
Yeah, that's not.
He did fine.
Go ahead and roll it. Yeah.
Yeah, she probably keeps punching him to keep him awake.
Yeah. Especially because I think he snores.
Voluminously.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. You're all settling in. The moon has risen. And you all see oh, actually everybody give me a perception roll. Just
Do I have to?
yep.
Why doesn't the hunter have better perception? Ooh,
That's an
hey.
That's okay.
Excellent.
Papa Zuzu got 3 stun points.
14.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend all 3 of them to assist Moassi. She will get a +1 bonus for each SP spent.
Okay. So you got so you use your stunt points to boost hers.
How many was that?
3.
17 then.
17. Okay. Okay. Everybody else rolled in here. All right. You spot him first.
Hand on her cudgel.
Tall, thin, has a bag over his shoulder, and you can hear that little bit of clanking in it. Very faint, but there's still just a little bit of clanking that always happens when you've got multiple pots in a bag. And he is heading for the blind where the tools are hidden. Do you let him open it up?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not jumping until whoever it is opening going after the tools.
Okay. Yep, you see him opening it up. Oh, wow. Can't believe they
Velocity's going to okay, so here's what I want to do. I
Okay.
want her to move silently out of the blind and just like be right behind him when he turns around.
Okay.
Just cudgel over her shoulder.
Listening to the conversation.
Okay. You're
I want to scare the ever living daylights out of him.
Are you sure you're not Panabon?
You're gonna do what my prom date's dad did when I was kissing her goodnight, aren't you? Okay. Let's see. Okay, you're walking up. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
I'm
Dexterity
assuming
stealth.
that's yeah. Mm, 10.
Okay.
I don't like that number.
I like it a lot. I'm
I don't
not a
like
fan.
that. I'm
I'm
not
not a
looking
fan
at the
of
roll
that.
20.
Not a
I'm
fan
in-
of that 15 at all. I am a 0% fan of that 15.
Let's see.
And he
Just
got
try
doubles.
and run, please.
Let's see. I'm gonna call that a. Yeah, actually, that's.
Oh yeah, because they're. Is that so? For my education, is that 2 sets of doubles, or is
The
the
plus
focus
2 plus
plus
2,
the
yeah.
yeah?
So it's just one set of dice doubles.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I got it set. All right, that's fair. Okay. Um, you walk up, as far as you could tell, completely quiet. Um, apparently he'd been going around using a rope to tie all those things together, and stands up with a bundle of tools. Um, and then he starts running.
Yeah, no, she's ready for that.
Yep.
You can't catch her by surprise.
So I'm going to want to shoot an arrow at the ground in front of him.
Okay.
And if he doesn't stop immediately, then I'll shoot his legs.
Okay. Let's just. All right. So, let's. All right. Um. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was asking if there was a mechanic in the game for if we're going to use a weapon. Do we need to draw it first?
There's a ready action.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a minor.
You get one major and one minor, or two minor.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe I did more than just skim the rules. I thought I just skimmed them.
I mean, you played quite a few games, so just on the off chance you're probably going to hit something.
Yep. Yeah. You
But I
basically.
didn't remember that specifically being this game. So
Yeah. You basically did a prepare, is what Moassi did, so that you're ready for.
ready is the free action. I think it would
Yep.
technically be.
Yep.
Which she technically gets a free ready action.
Right. Okay.
Once per round.
Okay. Go ahead and all right. Go ahead and roll your. He's trying to move away from you.
Yeah, I'm not letting that happen.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack.
Is there any way that we can assist in making sure that doesn't happen?
You'll be able to in actions that you're doing. But
All right. Well, I've got my cudgel out, so 18.
18?
Yes.
Jeez.
I
Okay.
have a +4.
Yeah.
I've rolled a 6, a 5, and a 3.
You may not be able to track, but you can hunt like an SOB, let me tell you what.
Damn right.
Okay. You are definitely hitting.
Give him the chair. Metaphorically.
Okay. You got your cudgel out.
Yeah.
Cudgel. Trying to figure out damage.
I have a damage stat or
Okay.
damage roll next to bludgeon 2d6 plus 4.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
13.
13. Okay.
Should be, I believe, reduced by toughness.
Yep.
From what I read. Wow, I really did take in more of these rules than I thought. Maybe that's just because it's still in my short-term memory. That's got to be it.
You got 13.
Yeah.
Toughness takes it down to 10.
Wow, he's as tough as I am.
But now he's full of holes like Swiss cheese.
No, it's
Whatever
a
a cudgel
bludgeon.
does.
He's just got a dislocated shoulder.
I mean, but on a planet wanting to murder you, a dislocated shoulder is bad. You don't want that.
I mean, we've got medicine. He'll be fine.
I mean, I have medicine. If he doesn't talk, then he doesn't get it.
Well, I'm sure his cum also has medicine. Once he tells me what I need to know, he can go home. Or I can help him there.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
With a swift kick up the.
Okay. Okay. Injured or wounded condition to cover them in damage. Ooh, okay, got it. All right. Okay, sorry. There. I'm gonna go. Okay. Wow. Sorry. Is not. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Okay. So everybody who's watching sees him start to like it's actually a real smooth movement in terms of standing up and then just starting to move away, and then Mawasi jogs his memory. However,
I was going to ask how I could make a perception roll to see if anyone is with.
You jogged his memory pretty hard.
Oops.
Too much jogging.
Yeah. um. Yeah, you hear a nasty crack, and he just collapses at your feet.
Hmm. Well, she's gonna reach down and take the tools.
Okay, he's not really.
I will rush out to do some medicine to see if he doesn't die.
Yeah, make sure he's not dead yet, please.
Looking around to see if there are any like moving shadows in the background. Does it look like this person has any allies?
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
I'll let you do your perception roll, then I'll do my. I guess I'll do a
12
medicine roll while you're doing your
with
perception
double
roll.
twos.
Mhm.
Sorry, 12 with
Oof.
double twos.
That medicine roll was not great.
Wow.
Well, I got 2 1s, so I did get a double, but I only got a 6 ultimately, which is pretty bad. So
wow.
Yeah, I think stunts only count when you pass a roll.
Yeah.
There's probably no mechanic for re-rolling. Am I the only one with medicine? Not good.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Yeah, he rolls over, his eyes are open, he has that look of thing, and for some reason his hair has turned completely white. And his skin has a really light pallor. Like the albino from Princess Bride. No, his memory has been jogged fully. What stunt are you going to use?
Let's see, for perception, which would be investigation. Just a second.
Yeah, the one roll I really needed to not beef it on. I can't believe that. That's where all the luck was earlier.
Compensate. You learn how to work with your surroundings. You ignore environmental penalties. So that should help me see in the dark. I'm looking for moving shadows and contrasts and changes in my surroundings.
Okay. Yeah, you do see somebody who is in a blind of their own.
Oh.
Melting away.
I yell, "There's another one," and start running after them.
Okay.
Oh, Molassi's quick behind.
Yes.
We'll go. What?
There's more
Where?
thumping to be had.
Go assist. Go assist.
All right. So you all.
I stay with conked out Persian.
Okay. He's gone.
He's gone. But all of the tools are still there.
No, I grabbed those.
Well, did you grab them and are you running with them?
They were in a bag, right?
They were tied up in a bunch. So I mean, yes, you could.
Then yeah, when she took off running, she would have just like
that's what I'm doing.
at
Yes.
Kukui.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Gently.
That's fine.
Yep.
Well,
Do not
as
worry,
gently as she
Moasi.
doesn't
Papa Zuzu will watch the tools. You go thumping.
No, you go thump. I've got the tools. You go thumping.
I don't thump. I will help you with the tools.
All right. No one die.
Okay.
Never send a breeder to do a strong back's job.
Just
I'm gonna
Jen,
put that on
wait,
a T-shirt.
I didn't. Was I close enough to see whether I knew this guy who was collecting the tools or not? Would I know? Was he from
not-
the village or not?
No, you're sure of that. Clothes were wrong.
Okay. Well, then I think this person who was watching from another blind was probably the person from our village, our comm, who's been selling this stuff, and I'm really mad at them. And I'm thinking, if they stand still for just a minute, I'm probably going to shoot at their legs to bring them down.
Okay. You're all running. In my best let's see. Yeah, this person is so we are in a chase. Okay. Go ahead. Let's do the it's gonna be a constitution roll.
Oh, I actually have that. I will.
Well, but only for the people that are running.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't work for me because I have a 3 stamina, but I'm walking with knives, so.
Yeah. Ooh, that's double sixes.
Ooh, okay. So what's your drama die? Number? 3?
So,
Nope.
so 12, 15, 18 total.
Cool.
Okay.
I just
So much
got a
murder.
10.
So much murder is going to happen.
Okay, you got a 10? All right, so
Mhm.
you're doing it. Let's see this guy gets a 6. Wow. Okay. That is a bad roll. But okay.
Oh, John, about the bad roll earlier, I just remembered fortune is a thing. You can spend fortune points to
Great.
increase a die.
Oh, great.
Only one
Yeah.
per roll. It's 1-to-1 unless you're increasing the fortune die. The fortune die, it's 2 fortune points to increase it by 1. And you can only
Okay.
spend 6 fortune points on any one roll. And you can only increase a single die on any roll.
Would fortune was I anywhere close to the target number? Like, would fortune points have taken that 6 to anywhere useful? I guess that's the question: is would that be helpful? Because if that's just that's not gonna do any good.
Yep. Let me look at healing. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. He was in dying status. He took over 2 wounded. Okay. You'd need an 11.
So I also have novice in medic, so I could also have taken a major action to provide treatment. That would have allowed me to add uh my intelligence score as a bonus, which I think I did, but it would also grant a new test to overcome a hazard if that is one.
Okay.
This includes saving a patient from dying or reviving an unconscious character.
You would have been able to make that an 11, by the way, that 6. Because you could spend 5 to bring one of those ones up to a 6. Adding 5 to
Okay.
6 is 11.
Yes, that's math. That's why we have fortune. I can't retroactively do that, I don't think, but just
No,
for people in future.
we really hadn't gone over
It's a
fortune,
one shot.
and I'd forgotten about it. So yeah, you were able to save him. He is now just helpless, unconscious, and wounded.
I mean, that's fine. My whole plan was to take him back to our
Right.
village leader woman, and then that's yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Didn't realize didn't realize how deadly combat was in this to one shot a dude.
You were really motivated. That you got like an 18. You were very motivated with that cudgel.
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
So how fast can both of your characters run that are going?
My speed is 12.
Okay.
So is mine.
All right. So you're both 12. Okay. All right.
Run
so,
is 24.
Yeah, run is 24. Yep. So okay. So all right. So you're sprinting. Moasi is gaining on the chase. Basically with the chase, it is the drama die. Once you make, come on.
Oh, the fingers are at the lips. Now it's intense. Now.
So okay, go ahead and make another roll.
Another constitution roll.
Yep, another constitution roll.
Papa's
Well,
usually we'll switch off on the
14.
knives and on the body. So we'll switch off until we've gotten it back to base.
That sounds good to Papa Zuzu.
Ah, that's right. Okay. Okay, what did you get, Ava?
14.
14. Okay. Okay. The Okay. Go ahead and give me another roll.
Am I still gaining?
Yes, you've passed. Yeah, you've passed Bobak, but you're still the same distance from that guy.
Come on, get down to business. Defeat those Huns.
14.
Okay. I'm spending math. 8 fortune to make my fortune die, or to make my drama die a 6. So
Okay.
that 18 again.
Okay.
I'm a win.
I
have 20 fortune. I can spend it. I need a sticky note to track that on though.
You say it was a 6?
Yes.
Okay.
It was originally a 2.
Yep. Bobak, you're quite a bit behind. You haven't really lost any distance with the guy, but you're quite a bit behind. Well, actually, I haven't rolled for him yet. Sorry. Make sure, but I don't think. Yeah. Just barely.
Okay, so I'm behind at least.
Yep.
Can I still shoot at this guy without risking hitting Moasi?
Yeah, you'd be able to get an angle and shoot him.
I don't think Moasi would care if you took the shot anyway, even if there was a risk of hitting her. Actually, no, I know she wouldn't because she is absolutely fearless when it comes to personal danger.
Right. Well, I'm going to try shooting ahead of this person, but I don't much care if I hit them instead.
Okay.
That's a 10, but they should, hear the zing of the arrow
Okay.
going near them.
Can I give her an inspiration? Wait, that's a different show.
Okay. All right. Yep. You um yeah, okay. No, you shoot, you're aiming at his feet. Okay.
Feet,
All right.
legs, in front of him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do see, you do definitely see him just okay, so go ahead and Ava, give me another constitution roll.
You said the fortune die is like determining things, right?
I believe so, yeah. Or the drama
Well,
die, you mean?
the drama die, yeah.
Yep.
I'm running out of fortune fast, boys. Those two rolls took me from 20 to 6.
You're gonna catch him this round, so what are you doing? He did some kind of hop up in the air that stopped him from running.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's still another constitution roll, though. That's what I'm doing, yes? Or
Yeah, but I mean, as long as you make 13 on the roll, you're going to get him.
well, okay, because without spending that fortune, I got a 13 on the roll.
Okay. Yeah. You
exactly.
He stopped running. I forgot I didn't take it off of there. He stopped actively running, basically trying to jump and be a jump over the arrow that got shot at his feet.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing to end the chase?
I'm gonna go for a tackle this time, not my bludgeon. Cludge.
Okay, you're
What
gonna go.
word am I looking for?
Oh, I know this. That's an accuracy because that's grapple, and that's under
Cudgel.
accuracy.
Are you sure it's not might?
No, I was actually looking for the rules on grapple because that's what I was going to do earlier. It's an
Grapple is
accuracy.
covered as one of the stunts, and it's one of the action stunts.
That makes sense.
Yep.
But would that what would
that would be under. Oh, okay. Sorry.
social encounters, action encounter, melee attack.
Yeah, melee attack.
Basic test of fighting and the appropriate. Oh, fighting. Okay, that makes sense too. Okay. I don't have a focus for fists, just bludgeons. But I'm trying not to kill
Bludgeoning is all you need.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. Not at all. Okay, can only spend it on one die. Gross. I can't even give myself good stuff. Okay. I'm gonna spend 4 to make that 2 a 6. So 9, 10, 11, 14.
14? Okay, you still hit him.
Yay. So
What
yeah,
was
she
your drama?
catches up, and then my drama die is only a 2.
Okay. Okay.
That was a really bad roll. On the 3 dice, it was a 3, a 2, and then the drama die was a 2.
Okay. The two you go down and you tackle him. And he has
Cudgel. That's the word I was looking for earlier.
Okay. You You've got him. He's going to. Well, he's gonna grapple you back.
All right. Well, nope. Gen Con TV can't say that. I gotta remember the rating on Gen Con TV. Not quite as bad as
Running
Chris, but
Sorry. I'm still running to try and catch up with them both.
Yep. Okay. You'd be able to. You weren't that far behind. You would be able to run up, close. But go ahead and Go ahead and give a roll, Ava, for wrestling with this guy.
Am I rolling?
Fighting.
Okay. What is might used for then? Or strength, rather.
I don't know. I haven't seen the spot
I have
for it
might
yet.
I have a might as a focus under
Yep.
strength.
I
was like,
think
well, that sounds like grappling. Ooh. What stunts? Because I can get 6 stunt points if I spend 2 fortune to make that 4 a 6. Oh wait, no, this is like a defend. That doesn't really stunt, does it?
No, it will. This is you. This is the two of you trying to get a grapple. Whoever's got
yes. Yeah. No, definitely gonna spend those 2 fortune points to turn my 4 into a 6, and now I've got 3 6 on the dice. Plus 2, so that's 20 with 6 stunt points.
stunt points.
Yeah.
So what are you using the stunt points on?
Has he lost half or more of his fortune?
Yes.
Because I want to go for the knockout.
Okay.
Cost 4 stunt points.
Okay.
Oh, and then I'm gonna spend the other 2 for an adrenaline rush to regain 2 fortune.
Okay. Yep. You get up. He's out.
So I imagine she's like behind him. She got the cudgel against his neck.
Yep. This one's just unconscious. All right.
Now, do I recognize him?
Doesn't matter.
It does now because I need to know if it's one of our comm or not.
Right.
That way I know how mad to get.
Well. You would. You can give me a perception roll when we come back after a 5-minute break. All right, folks. Take a this is going to be your last chance for NPC, because at this point they've got to question their prisoners to try and figure out the mystery. And then we'll start up but we'll be back in 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
And we are back. Okay. They have two unconscious people. You have successfully recovered some of the tools and have two unconscious people. Um, I'm just gonna hand wave. You've got them bound up, and you've got them alive, so they're not gonna die. What do you do next?
I think we should take him back to the head woman.
Oh, that's right. Everybody was supposed to roll perception.
Yes. Crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got a double 4. I like that.
13.
That's sex. That's very sexy of me.
I keep typing it into the Discord. Hang on. There, 15.
15. Okay. Yep. Uh. mm,
Oh yeah, 'cause I was asking if I recognized the guy.
Oh yeah. Do we
Yeah.
recognize second unconscious?
Yeah. For a moment, Papa, you thought that might be, but no, he just looks a little like somebody. But nope, he's not from the comm.
Hmm.
So we still don't know. Well, we don't know that there's a traitor in the comm. It just seems kind of likely, but if this guy is trading with our master maker, he would at least he knows that the products are there, but he seems surprised to find this cash, so he wasn't doing the stealing himself. So it still does seem to me like there must be someone on the inside.
She's gonna God, I forgot the name of my own character.
Moasi.
Moasi will like stand, stretch a little bit, and then like heave this guy up over her shoulder.
Okay.
And let's at least take them back and I don't know. Maybe shove one of Kokoi's socks under his nose to wake him up.
We should, if we're going to take them to the village, we should do it under the cover of darkness, so as not to create too much of a commotion.
I mean, it is still night, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
you guys,
is it late enough that most of the comm will be asleep by now?
yeah, there'll be some strong backs out. The ones that are in favor, but Moasi, you know them. They'll
And then then also if we can, then we can take as many tools as we found back, and so they can get back to their owners in the morning, which may help to quell some of the village unrest.
Yes, definitely take the tools with us.
Yep. Okay.
Although if they do move, I will punish them. I have found this interesting order of mushrooms. So if they become too aggressive, I will just use the mushrooms.
Okay. Do you leave the other cache alone? The other
No.
spot?
Wait.
That
Didn't he already collect the pots?
he
Yeah,
collected the pots, yes. But he was supposed to leave something behind.
Oh yeah.
I think we can just leave the ore for our friend to pick up. I don't want to interfere with that operation.
Okay.
I'm actually going to suggest, because we know there's a third blind, I'm going to suggest Papa Zuzu go and see if there's anything in at the third blind, if there's maybe
Good
a
idea.
third cache.
The third, where the guy was hiding, you mean?
Right, the one where the
yeah.
accomplice was hiding.
Yep.
Perhaps there's a third blind. We are full of blinds on our road to Naveen.
Okay. Give me whoever goes to it, give me a perception roll.
Papa Zuzu will go with.
Okay. Okay. It literally just looks like Oh, okay. Yeah, this is it's a spot where you've got a good view of the spot, but you're pretty hidden. Somebody has to be like looking around for somebody um to do it, or to spot anybody who's here.
Mhm.
And then you're even questioning, they'd almost have to be moving. So if somebody just stands here quietly, nobody will spot them. But as far as anything else being here, um nothing really.
As we leave, I'm going to accidentally swing the bag of tools around so it like knocks something over, so it's more conspicuous and therefore less useful in the future.
Oh, you're gonna knock the blind out of.
Whoopsie! Oh no! With my giant bag of tools, whoopsie! It's no longer useful.
Okay.
Silly me, Butterfingers.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are able to get back in time. You know, the guys guarding the place do come out to question you. What's
Had a good hunt.
where huh? You you went hunting with these?
No. She kind of hefts the guy on her shoulder and we have thieves.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, got it. Long straw stuff.
Yeah.
That's man, you missed a good hunt today. It was phenomenal that Hortalk, just this majestic jump that just had to time it just right.
I get between him while he's talking, and I'm like, "Would you like a roasted cricket?"
Huh. Go ahead. Go.
We'll have no more of that.
Tell me about it later.
Yeah. Okay. You can get to the headmaster's office and go in. I mean, there's nothing really. It gives you a spot to get him out of the thing. Headmaster, the head woman master, is asleep right now. Do you guys try to wake her up?
Yes. I'll do it.
Okay.
She's willing to do it. Yeah, I'll let her.
All right.
And then Kukoi, take off the sock.
I told you I was using the mushrooms right now. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
A sock?
No, just I didn't want to use my socks. They were using
That's-
mushrooms instead.
That's just a wrong mental image.
That's why I'm so confused.
Um. Okay, yeah, you knock on the door. Hello? Who's there?
It's found the other long straws. We
Oh.
found. You should wake up and let us in with our prisoners.
Well, that you guys have taken her to the office. She sleeps someplace else. It's basically a common area.
Okay.
So you went to wake her up in her.
Okay.
All right. I wait a moment.
Yes.
And then she comes out a minute later, putting on a hastily put on her clothing. You found the thieves?
Well,
That was quick.
We found two thieves. We're not sure. They're both outsiders. We're not sure if there's still someone from the village, from the comm involved. But these ones were picking up a cache of stolen tools.
You recovered the tools, some of the tools too?
We did,
Yes.
Excellent. That
but
is,
we need to find out if one of our comm was involved in this to make sure this doesn't happen again.
of course. All right, well, let's go.
Okay.
Out of character, I like how she said that like she had absolutely no confidence that we were going to succeed at all.
Yeah, so fast. Wow.
You did it? What?
Oh yeah, Moasi wanted to be over and done with.
Yeah. Okay, you walk in the now what are you were trying to wake these guys up? Okay. All right.
So that I can start talking to them.
Talking.
Even have any kind of cells or holding facility, or are we going to have to figure something out to hold these people?
Well,
I've got rope.
we'll have to put them to work. We'll cross that bridge, but let's first find out what is happening.
Mhm.
So these guys have woken up. Oh, my head.
I feel
Actually,
so sorry for you.
why did you hit me?
Why did you run?
Because it's dark and you snuck up behind me?
You were bundling up the tools that
Yeah.
the stolen tools to take away with you.
No. I was bundling up the tools I had traded for.
With who?
His bleary eyed him.
Well, I'll still give the other one a kick. You.
What?
Who are you?
Hmm. Hmm. Bassini.
Where are you from?
I'm between comms right now.
Hmm. And where did you get our tools to trade with him?
What tools? Did I have any tools on me?
I go down to sit right next to him like he's my best friend. Just as close as I can get. Hi.
You were watching the cache of stolen tools to see who took them. You were the
It-
one who traded them.
It was dark out. I found a spot to rest so I could continue on my journey.
That was not a simple spot to rest. It was very clearly a hunting blind.
I heard. I wanted to be hidden. I know. Nuven has had troubles, and I knew I would not be welcome. I would not be an extra
She's gonna
mouth to
like
feed.
grab the side of his head and just like grab a full hand of hair.
And
And who told you?
I'm going to slowly take a sock off while this is happening.
And who told you we were having troubles?
It's it's well known. It's not hidden that
Where did you get the tools?
I don't
Do not
have
take us for
tools.
fools. You were
Not-
watching cash that he tried to take, and you heard him tell us that he traded you for the tools.
Obviously, he is trying to detract from his own. He probably stole the tools himself.
I fully
Then
put the
why-
sock on his shoulder.
I am simply a I'm simply traveling. I heard a commotion, and I decided it was best to not be in the area, considering there were strong backs clubbing people.
Molassi's going to look at him. What is he? Is he carrying anything? Any belongings? Because there was nothing really in the blind, right?
There was
have
nothing
like
in
a
the
money
blind.
pouch.
Well, she's looking
Um,
for anything. Like, does he look? He's claiming to be a traveler.
Yeah. Yeah, he did have a pouch with some some food in it. That could be traveling food.
I'm
Not
thinking
the
more like looking for survival gear.
yes.
That a lone person would need to travel between comms.
This season you don't need a ton. Um
I would like to state I am incredibly virulently pungent. That's part of the
Yeah.
hallmark of my cast, and so the
Yeah.
fact that he's not being repulsed by this should tell a lot of people in the room something.
Yeah, it's a little suspicious that he's not complaining. Is he
he-
carrying a money belt or money pouch or anything
Yes.
like that?
Yes, he does have a money pouch, yes.
If you're just a traveler, you probably don't have a lot of money. People who have money tend to settle someplace. Do you want to tell us what's in your pouch?
It's my pouch. I haven't I've done nothing to warrant this. I didn't invade your why are you
did you
treating me
run?
like this? Because there was a strong back clubbing people.
I thought that's why you decided to stay hidden.
No, I decided to
That
stay
is what you
hidden.
said.
No, I decided to stay hidden. I decided to go into that spot hidden so I didn't run afoul of thieves and cutthroats and strongbacks that bash people's heads.
Can I do
Strong back wouldn't
intuition
bash
roll to
heads.
see if I think this guy might possibly be telling the truth?
If people didn't steal our things.
Yeah, anybody can do let me just
I just want to shake the
communications.
out of them.
Yeah, I mean there's the communications ability, focus,
Ooh. 15.
Just a 9
That
for
didn't go
me.
well. But you got two. You got a double there though.
Oh,
So
that's
it's better
true.
than my 9.
A 9, but a
Better
double.
than my 9. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in there with the odor, though. I'll give him that. Grown men have wept when I've taken off my socks before.
It is quite pungent.
that is a word for it.
Where do you think the mushroom came from?
I shall not guess.
Okay, who has done the rolls to see if he's
Me.
okay? What'd you roll, or how much you roll?
15.
What?
15.
15.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 6s and a 3.
Oh, 2 6s.
Unfortunately, one of those 6s was on the fortune die, so it's on the drama die, so no fortune, no stunts.
Um.
Words.
Okay. What did other people roll? It looks like okay. I
A
see.
9, but I guess I could spend some of my fortune. Um, I have 20 fortune. I'm not sure how that works, so I just add.
I mean, we're near the end, so add it if you got it. It's not like this is an ongoing campaign.
Yeah. Right.
Sure.
Unless it
So,
is.
what's the max that I can add then? Like 6? That would take me to 15.
Measure points. Improve the results of the test. Yeah. Okay. That would take. That would. I rolled a 17.
Well, is there an upper limit to how much I can spend? I can spend.
I don't believe there is.
On fortune on dice? Or
Mhm.
fortune, you can
Yeah.
only spend 6 per any one
Okay,
roll, and
6
you can
per roll.
only increase 1 die.
Thank you.
Okay, in that case, I could only take it up to a 13, so that's not worth
Okay.
spending any, really.
Yeah. All right. You've been doing this also. You can. Mossy can roll strength, and let's see. I'm not sure what to figure out that what. And Fobach could roll communication.
Strength, you see.
Okay.
Is Papa doing anything?
He's just gonna keep an eye on things for now.
Okay.
I don't suppose the might focus applies.
Yes, it would.
That gives me a +6. Ooh, that's double 3s. 17 and 5 stunt points.
Okay, so a social stunt.
I
I'm
think a 5 on social, you could at least get sway, if not intimidate.
yeah, you can get dominate.
Yes, let's go for that.
All right.
I like you so much.
She's gonna tighten that grip on his hair. Look,
Yeah.
the sooner you tell me the truth, the sooner I get to go home. You don't want to make me mad.
Okay. Let's see this guy. Can he?
And then she's gonna like turn his head to look at the other guy that she bludgeoned in the head. So I imagine, they bandaged it up, but he's still rough. Because she nearly killed him.
Fine. I will make a deal.
Deal.
You need your tools back, don't you?
We've got our tools.
What
No,
do
you
you
don't.
want?
I want to be able to leave.
What do you mean we don't have our tools back? They're right over
Well,
there.
That's only some of them.
Oh.
There were
you
others that were taken before this farmer. Moassi's just kind of look at the later lady.
She nods. We need the
Fine.
tools back. Fine.
But I see you again.
This area has lost its appeal.
Then we have a deal.
Okay. Looks over at the other guy. Well, boss, sorry. And the guy gets these wide eyes like, I don't. No, I'm not your boss. I'm not. You. You had a deal. You were going to sell me that. I was going to leave money behind and food. That was it. Looks up apologetically.
Do you do a lot of your trades in the dark? Picking up from caches? Surely you knew something was wrong with these tools that you were buying.
No, I didn't.
Surely you suspected that something was wrong, even if you didn't know.
I assumed it was the same thing as your as the teapots. At this point, the head woman goes, "Teapots."
Just some trading that he was doing, unconnected. Let's focus on the tools.
Well, I mean, I sold them. The first batch that I picked up, I sold in the in the next town. They loved it.
I bet they did.
But I mean, I've only sold 5 there. You know, yeah, the rest of it, boss, is still in the cash, which I'm going to tell them where it is so that I can leave. If you if
How
you
did
want.
you get the tools?
There's an art to walking through this land. You know the right time. You understand when the earth is going to shake. Oh, I would grab that cup there. Does somebody grab the cup?
Yeah, Papa Zuzu will grab it.
Okay. Then there's a small tremor that goes through. People are distracted. A man can make his way quite nicely.
Bits to the side.
If you, I will show you the. I have your word. You look straight at the head woman. I will show them where I hid the tools, and then I'll be on my way. That acceptable?
To the head woman.
She nods.
That was our deal.
All right. If you untie me, we can. Sun's starting to rise. Nice walk in the nice walk in the sun.
Well, untie your
Molossi-
legs.
Yeah,
but...
Molossi's going to keep a tight hand on his shoulder as they walk.
Yes. Perfect. I've had so much stress back lately.
Squeezes just a little bit tighter.
Yep. And and it's just wrong the way he kind of plays it up to drive Mossy nuts.
And she hates that it's working.
Yeah.
Like she knows what he's doing, but it's still working.
Yeah, he does. This guy does it very well. Tom is not doing it that well. Just kind of creepy. Okay. You guys, he leads you to the spot. It is there. All except for the 5 that the other guy admitted he had sold to They sold to the next town.
It's the head woman's headache. She can try to get them back diplomatically if she wants to, but we've got the majority of them. Okay.
Okay.
If we ever see you around these parts again,
You won't be seen anywhere else.
yeah.
You know, you say that now, but men like me, as he slowly backs away, and the ropes. that
Oh,
you have in
Mawasi has not let him go. She's going to
Oh.
escort him out.
Well, no, you guys had left the town. You're
Okay.
basically by the cash area. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he at that point, yeah, basically you guys have the tools. He tries to shake off Mawasi's hand. And then and as he turns and smiles, and men
Oh,
like me,
Mawasi's gonna help him cut those ropes off with her glass knife, and we're just gonna nick him a little bit.
you're gonna swing your knife down.
Not like, yes, but
Okay. Well, what he
You're
was
cutting him
doing,
free, but you're not being careful about
yeah,
it.
exactly.
yeah. What you do it, you swing down at it, and he gets this panicked look as he pulls his hands free. And you're a violent one, aren't you?
Leave. Before I change my mind.
I'm already gone. And he starts walking.
Mawasi watches him until he is way out of sight.
Yep. And somehow his grin gets more annoying the farther away, and he does that walking, looking back straight at you, despite maneuvering around a bunch of obstacles that just drives you nuts.
Mawasi
Are we
spits
sure
at
he?
him.
Are we sure he's not Randall Flagg? Because that definitely sounds like something I read in the stand, in the best way.
So the trader is probably too injured to just leave right away, right?
Yes.
I'm going to tell the woman that I think it would be unfair for the trader to be penalized any more harshly than the actual thief.
Than
So
the
I
head
think,
injury?
yeah, once he heals, I think we should just let the trader leave. I'm
Oh,
trying to head her off
no.
of investigating the
No, I think
teapots.
a TBI is a pretty good penalty for
I was going to
stealing.
suggest if the trader wanted to repay their debt and ensure some goodwill in the community, they could work with me on my farm with all the wonderful scents that I have and soil samples and dirt and things that look like dirt but aren't.
I'm pushing to just let him recover and leave because I don't want the head woman thinking too much more about the teapots.
Mm. Okay. She actually lets you four decide. So you let him go. Okay. Thank you. This was a lot of fun. It took me a bit to get into the system a bit. Longer than I thought. It's one thing. But this is the game. They did the Kickstarter on backer kit. See, they did it as a backer kit for a crowdfunding game, campaign. But they're hot in the midst of working towards fulfillment. But if you want to play this yourself, feel free to hop on to RPG and grab the Quickstart rules. That's all I used to do this.
I think you mean drive-through RPG?
Yeah, drive-through RPG. What did I say?
RPG.
RPG.
yeah, that
Go
yeah.
to RPG. Ever find our
Yes, everyone should go
Yeah.
to RPG all the
Yeah.
time.
Can anyone tell me just one question I have? So does this feel like the Broken Earth trilogy? Because the world to me had a very kind of Vista Western Horizon sort of feel where it was both empty but also slightly crowded with people in the city. Did anyone feel that?
I didn't get that so much, but I did very much get the resonance of people struggling just to make a living. Um just to get by, which given how devastated the world of the Broken Earth constantly is, that really resonated well, that people are living on the edge and just barely, two steps forward, two steps back.
That
N.K.
good.
Jemisin is one of those authors that is perpetually on my to read list, but
Mhm.
I just
Yeah.
haven't yet. I have a lot
Yeah,
of
I mean,
those.
there's a lot in the books that we didn't even touch the surface of, just a little tremor, but, nothing about the real earth magic or anything. One thing I really liked about this game is that it showed that low stakes can still be very interesting. This
Mm.
was just a hunt for some stolen tools, but we got some good role playing in, I thought, and it was, interesting encounters.
Okay, good. I'm glad you guys liked it. I will admit I haven't read the trilogy, and I kind of did want to get into the Earth magic more, but I also felt I would do it badly because it is just quick start rules,
Mm.
and it wasn't really gone into in the quick start rules.
Uh-huh.
I
I was gonna say
believe
there's a
the
little bit about it because one of the pre-gens is an origin.
yes, yep, and I pulled a little bit from that for the last guy
Mhm.
Yeah.
because that's what that
Oh
last
no, I
guy
got
is.
that. I
Yeah,
got
I
I
that.
figured.
do think that people that like the Earth's Children series, Clan of the Cave Bear and such, you could take the quick start and do a Clan of the Cave Bear style RPG as well. I think it would lend itself well to that. Less Earth on Fire, more just Earth, but you could do a Clan of the Cave Bear
Mhm.
with this pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's once I got into it, it's a decent system with a lot of role play into it. It was in fact it was tough to a couple times where it was tough to interject the roles. Because I really okay, let's give a couple rolls before we get too far, or Ava just says her character kills him. Uh,
Ava Smash.
I would let the dice control.
yes, yep. All
Also,
right.
I have done the giveaway and I promise I did not game the system, but it did roll by name.
I was gonna ask who won. That's always the
Yeah, that
exciting
was
part for
me.
me.
Yeah, I did. I everybody had one entry because there was no extras, no bits were spent, no so it was just one. Everybody had equal chance of winning, I promise. I use a digital dice roller name wheel thing.
Okay. Oh well.
But I am so
Also,
excited. This is one that I really wanted.
um, well, I know we got two things we want to promo. Um, mm, uh, I'm trying to make sure I'm. So why don't we go ahead with Trifidiem?
Okay.
You could talk about what you've got coming up, and I'll drop the links in the channel.
Right. I will be coming onto Rim's channel this weekend for a couple of the games for the streamathon, but I also wanted to mention at the end of May, a channel that I moderate for Arvanelleron. They will be holding ArvCon, which is an annual fundraiser for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So that'll be 5 days of gaming to raise money for that cause.
Okay. That's neat. And I think Ava or John, would one of you want to talk about the streamathon this weekend?
Sure. We're having a streamathon. It's our 3rd annual one. It's really exciting. It's a great way to get together in community, which is really cool. Teslin is going to be running a something called Veta City Guard using Rollmaster United, which I'm very excited about because it gives me Discworld vibes. Triffid is going to be in my game. I'm running a game called Destination Investigations. I've modded Essence 20 for all you Transformer, G.I. Joe, Power Ranger fans, and I've turned it into a ghost hunting game. So it's going to be like a BuzzFeed Unsolved Ghost Hunters style found footage thing. It's very exciting. And there are games all weekend from 11 a.m. Eastern Saturday to Sunday at 8 p.m. when like clockwork ends. So it's like full. Like we have a full schedule and we have like commercials in between each one. So like whenever you can listen in, every different stream, and every stream is 3 hours long, has a different prize with it. So there'll be dice donated. North Foundry has done some stuff. One of the streams has a Parlor and Paragon cover book. If you hang around for Raccoon Sky Pirates, run by Janity, she has crocheted a raccoon for that one particularly, and there are people currently fighting in the GM chat about the raccoon because it's so cute. So Raccoon Sky Pirates, that's a really cool. Sunday is like we get Star Trek Strange Old Worlds, Raccoon Sky Pirates, River of Nightmares, and like clockwork. So it's super cool. And also, if anybody wants to enter, I am currently running a Baked Good contest for April for getting into my MFA program. So if you're not part of the Rem Alternis Discord, where that information exists, you can come and join us, and you can help be part of supporting a queer playwright such as me. And also, you might win a baked good that I can send to your home for yourself or for Mother's Day if you haven't thought of what you want for Mother's Day yet. Yes, all that and more at Rem Alternis. Big thank you to Gen Con TV for letting Rem Alternis be part of your cool Thursday nights.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for playing. And we will be, actually, as long as the tech is all set, hope you all have a good night.
Thank you for GMing.
Thanks.
Yeah, this was fun.
This was a lot of fun.
Thank you everybody for watching.
3, 2,